The Chilling Exorcism of Annalise Michel, the real story that inspired The Exorcism of Emily Rose. How do you know when someone's soul is in danger? Do they exhibit behavioral changes? Do they start speaking in tongues or showing superhuman strength? Or perhaps it's their eyes, those all-knowing orbs that seem to pierce your soul. German girl Annalise Michel must have known her soul was in danger because she begged her priest to be saved. But how far would he go to save her? Let's find out in today's episode of Horrifying History. Annalise Michel was born in 1952 to devout Roman Catholic parents in a small village called Oberzell. She grew up as a happy child with an angelic face and beautiful long black hair. As she got older, though, strange things started happening. At age 16, while at a party with friends, Annalise suddenly began dancing wildly around the room before collapsing to the floor. Her entire body was convulsing and shaking. When she regained consciousness, she claimed she had no idea what had come over her. Her parents, Joseph and Jacob, were worried for their daughter and took her to see a local doctor who diagnosed her with epilepsy and prescribed medication. Over the next few years, Annalise's symptoms grew increasingly worse and more frequent. She experienced violent mood swings. She would walk into walls and sometimes even climb down ladders backwards without falling. One time, she even attempted to hang herself but was interrupted by her family. On some occasions, she screamed in agony, saying that something inside of her was tearing her apart. She also began having visions of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary. The side effects of the anti-epilepsy medication seemed to be making her condition much worse, so her parents stopped giving them to her. That decision, along with Annalise's deteriorating mental state, caused a rift between the two. While she was staying at a hospital in Munich, she became enraged at seeing a priest pray with a crucifix and yelled, "Crucifix, cross, you stupid thing, it's all lies." Her father reported this and other disturbing comments to the priest. After visiting Annalise, Reverend Arnold Rentz thought that she needed to be baptized again because he believed that she had been possessed by the devil. This may sound odd, but the Catholic Church does actually recommend that people who have been possessed be rebaptized. So her parents agreed to the procedure. Unfortunately, things went awry during the baptism. According to the priest, Annalise thrashed about in the water, moving like someone who has been shot. He admitted that he could not carry out the baptism because she was fighting him so violently. In response, he blessed her with holy water instead. However, her behavior did not improve, and after several failed exorcism attempts, she even began to hate her own parents, calling them beasts and screaming that they had sent her to hell. In April of 1975, her father consulted with another priest named Joseph Bauermeister, who told him that the best course of action was to take his daughter back to the hospital. But while on the way there, Annalise fell to the ground and began convulsing, frothing at the mouth. Her parents knew that they couldn't keep her alive if they took her to the hospital. So the father drove home. Shortly after, Annalise lost consciousness and never regained it. So what happened next is incredibly dark. The priests instructed the parents to lay the bed on its side and insert a tube into the girl's mouth to make her vomit. Then they dressed her in a nightgown and placed her in a coffin, after which they left her alone overnight. The following day, the parents reported to the priest that Annalise had urinated on the bed, but they said it was okay and continued to keep her in the coffin. 2 days later, they reported that she still hadn't regained consciousness and that her body was beginning to decay. Nevertheless, the priests wanted to wait just a little bit longer to see if she would rise from the dead. But after 5 days, they opened the coffin and found that Annalise was indeed dead. Her physicians discovered that she had died of starvation and dehydration. She weighed only 27 kilograms when she died. For context, the average weight of a healthy young woman at the time would have been closer to 54 kilograms. Still, despite the evidence clearly showing that she died from natural causes, the 3 priests refused to believe that she had not been possessed. They continued to perform exorcisms on her corpse. In total, these 3 priests performed 67 exorcisms over the course of 9 months. That works out to 38 hours of non-stop ritual. If you think that sounds insane, it gets worse. During these rituals, Annalisa's body was exhumed 44 times. These men dug up her decomposing corpse and whipped her with leather straps as they yelled, "Get out, devil, in the name of Jesus Christ." They also suspended her body from the ceiling by ropes, sometimes leaving her hanging there for as long as 12 hours. The smell from her rotting flesh permeated throughout the house, causing flies to swarm around the room. But the priests still continued with the rituals, convinced that they were saving her soul. You may be asking why the parents didn't stop them. Well, the reason is simple. They were devout Catholics who believed everything the priests told them. And honestly, who could blame them? Priests are supposed to be servants of God. They don't dig up corpses and whip them with leather straps. Or do they? As the months passed, the priests grew tired of digging up the corpse and performing rituals. Instead, they began to grind her bones in a mortar and pestle. And yes, that's right. They literally turned her into bone dust. They also threw some of the dust out the window and allowed cats and dogs to eat it. But why did these men do such a horrible thing? Well, the answer is pretty simple. They were misguided. There's no other way to put it. They truly believed that Annalisa was possessed by the devil, and they felt that the only way to save her was to destroy her body. But their actions were not only cruel, they were unnecessary. All the medical evidence pointed to the fact that Annalisa died of natural causes. There was no need for any of this. And sadly, this is not the only case where this has happened. Over the years, there have been many cases of priests destroying the bodies of people they believed to be possessed. And it wasn't until recently that the Catholic Church admitted that some of these cases may have been wrong. So, what happened to the priests after Annalisa's death? Well, they were all charged with manslaughter. The first priest to die was Reverend Josef Bereisweiler. He suffered a heart attack in 1977 while attending the trial of one of his friends. The second priest, Reverend Joseph Beermeister, was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 6 years in prison. However, he was released after serving only 4 years. The third priest, Reverend Arnold Renz, was also found guilty of manslaughter, but he was given a suspended sentence. Annalisa Michel's parents were also charged with manslaughter, but they were found not guilty. In fact, the judge said that they had acted out of love for their daughter. Today, Annalisa's story is still remembered in her hometown. People visit her grave every year on the anniversary of her death, and the local church holds a special service in her memory. This story inspired the 2005 horror film, The Exorcism of Emily Rose, starring Jennifer Carpenter and Tom Wilkinson. The movie follows a lawyer who defends a priest after he is accused of performing an exorcism that resulted in the death of a young woman. Of course, the movie takes creative liberties with the story, but it does a great job of capturing the overall tone of the case. If you're interested in learning more, I highly recommend checking it out. If you enjoyed this video, please leave us a like. Also, be sure to subscribe for more historical tales. Have you ever seen the movie The Shining? There's this one scene where Danny Torrance, he's like riding his big wheel around the empty hotel hallway, and he comes across an imaginary twin in a nightgown that vanishes into thin air. Creepy as hell, right? Well, there was a real-life version of these twins, but their story had a much darker turn. Welcome back, I'm here, and today we're going to talk about the silent twins. This case has been keeping me up at night. It's so creepy. If you haven't heard about it already, these twins were named June and Jennifer Gibbons. They were identical twins, born on January 26, 1963, in the small town of Inland, New York. Their family was pretty normal. Their dad worked as a truck driver and their mom was a homemaker. But when they were still just babies, the family moved to a home in the countryside of a neighboring town. Their parents kept them isolated from everyone, including other relatives. And when they started school, June and Jennifer weren't exactly social butterflies. It was later discovered they had extremely low IQs. So it's not entirely surprising that they struggled to communicate with others outside of their little fantasy world they created. When they were 8 years old, June and Jennifer were diagnosed with schizophrenia. That might have played a big role in their behavior. At school, they would write notes to each other during class instead of paying attention. Then they would tell their teachers that someone else wrote the answers for them. When they were 13, they transferred to another school, but this time their parents enrolled them in separate classrooms. It wasn't a very effective plan because they continued passing notes back and forth and they were caught cheating on tests again. And then their parents decided they needed to be separated completely, but they didn't even do that correctly. They were put in separate bedrooms, but their doors were removed and their beds were positioned facing each other. I don't know about you, but I think that would make me feel crazy. How can anyone sleep with their twin staring at you all day and night? When they were 16, June and Jennifer dropped out of school. Now that they were home 24/7, they retreated into their own little world. They made up games with action figures and dolls, and it was all fun and games until those dolls started showing up missing body parts. Then their parents started finding dead animals around the property too. Their imagination got really dark, and although they were adults, they still acted like children. In fact, they built a treehouse in their backyard, and that became their permanent residence. That's actually how authorities found them in the first place. They had no idea the twins existed. On September 1978, a police officer received an anonymous tip that there were two people living in a treehouse in the backyard of 142 West Street. So naturally, he went to check it out. He found the treehouse and noticed that the windows were boarded up from the inside. As he got closer, he could hear strange sounds coming from inside. He couldn't see any faces, but he could hear them laughing, screaming, and banging on the walls. It sounded like there was a struggle going on. He called for backup and they ended up kicking the door open and storming the treehouse. What they saw shocked them. Inside the treehouse, sitting on the floor next to each other were two girls, both around the age of 25. They had long, dirty hair and filthy clothes, and according to the officers, they looked like they hadn't bathed in weeks. They had barricaded themselves in the treehouse with nails and boards. And when the officers confronted them, they introduced themselves as Princess Margaret and Princess Elizabeth. According to one of the officers, they said they were princesses from England and that they were there to protect their kingdom. Of course, the cops had no idea what they were talking about. These girls clearly suffered from some kind of mental illness. They were taken down from the treehouse by stretcher and brought to the local hospital. By this point, their hair had gotten so long that it hid their faces. And when doctors tried to cut it off, they freaked out and started biting and clawing at the nurses. Doctors determined that both twins suffered from chronic schizophrenia. June was suffering from malnutrition and she weighed only 46 pounds, while Jennifer was severely dehydrated and weighed 49 pounds. After spending time in the hospital, they were sent to a mental institution. A year later, Jennifer started getting better. She began to respond to her treatment and her hygiene improved. But June got worse. She stopped eating and she started speaking in tongues. June told doctors that Jennifer stole her soul when they were young, and that's why Jennifer seemed to be doing better while she was deteriorating. June also revealed that they made a pact when they were young, a pact to never let anyone take them away from each other. She would say, "If I should die, I will come back and haunt you. I will not let Jen go. She is mine. We are one." Jennifer, on the other hand, said that she didn't remember making any such pact. She insisted they always did everything together, but she denied killing her sister's soul. In 1981, the twins were finally reunited in the same institution. And you know what happened next? Yep, June started improving while Jennifer started deteriorating. June told hospital staff that she saw Jennifer walking through walls and shaking hands with invisible people. June described Jennifer as having a vacant look in her eyes. And if you've ever spent any time around someone who's mentally ill, you know that usually the person who's acting more delusional is the one who appears to be the most healthy. And here's where things get really creepy. June died on February 1985. An autopsy revealed that she died from heart failure due to starvation. A nurse witnessed the death and said, "It was like something out of an Edgar Allan Poe story. It was like they had switched places. Jennifer was clinging to life while June was dying before our eyes. June was buried in a cemetery. Just a few months later, Jennifer died from complications of diabetes on June 1985. Before she died, though, she confessed to killing June. She said, "I killed my sister because she was going to leave me. I had to do it because she was going to leave me forever, and I would be all alone." Even though she admitted to the crime, nobody knows what really happened. The twins shared a grave, but their headstones are separate. Each one reads, "I will not rest in peace because I will haunt you." Some people believe that after June died, Jennifer somehow transferred her illness to June's gravestone. It doesn't stop there, though. People have reported seeing the ghosts of these twins at the cemetery. One man claimed he was driving past the cemetery at night when he saw two girls in nightgowns standing next to each other on top of the hill. When he stopped his car to investigate, the girls vanished. Another man claimed he was driving home from work when he came across a cemetery on a secluded road. He didn't pay much attention until he saw a pair of little girls running across the street. He slammed on his brakes, but when he turned around, the girls were gone. He drove home, but that night he had a dream that he was chased through the cemetery by two little girls in nightgowns. One of them kept saying, "Don't leave us, please don't leave us." He woke up in a cold sweat, and when he looked out his window, he noticed that his house was located near a cemetery. Now, if you visit the cemetery, you'll notice that these twins are not buried on a hill, and the only road that leads to the cemetery is paved. And this isn't the only creepy part about this case. When investigators combed through the records of the mental institution, they discovered that there were other patients who shared similar stories about their illnesses and mysterious deaths. For example, there was a patient named Mary who told doctors that she saw ghosts and had visions of the future. Her identical twin sister Helen died unexpectedly in her sleep. When Mary was asked if she knew the cause of her sister's death, she replied, "I think it has something to do with me. Maybe there's something to this twin telepathy thing after all. Or maybe it's just a crazy coincidence. In reality, it's probably best not to dig too deep into this case because the truth is stranger than fiction." What do you think happened to these twins? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching. See you soon. The haunted forest in Siberia is said to be one of the most haunted places on Earth. But what if I told you there's another one? A place where reality itself is broken, where shadows dance at night and animals appear out of nowhere. Well, if you don't believe me, just ask the thousands of people who claim they've seen things in this forest that defy the laws of nature. Deep in the heart of Romania, as Carpathian Mountains, lies a place known simply as the Hoia Baciu Forest, or the Bermuda Triangle of Romania. It's a place where the veil between the living and the dead is said to be at its thinnest. This forest has been shrouded in mystery since 1968, when an aerial photograph revealed something bizarre: strange, luminous orbs floating through the trees. The photo was taken by a Romanian military helicopter pilot named Stefan Bita during a routine training mission. At first he thought it was a reflection from the sun, but then, as he flew closer, the orbs seemed to follow him, always staying just out of reach. He even tried to land his helicopter in the middle of them, but as soon as he got close, the orbs vanished. But Bita wasn't the only one to witness this phenomenon. Just 2 years later, in 1970, a local farmer named Stanciu Munteanu saw a similar sight while walking home through the forest. He described seeing balls of light floating above the trees and claimed that the forest was filled with a strange, sweet-smelling fog. And then, in 1974, a family of 4 camping in the forest woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps near their tent. When they looked outside, they saw shadowy figures moving around in the darkness. One of the men even claimed to have seen a ghost with his own eyes, tall and thin and dragging himself closer and closer to the tent. But just as quickly as it appeared, the apparition vanished. By now, the Hoia Baciu forest had become known locally as the place where strange things happen. People began to come from all over Romania and even neighboring countries to experience the strange phenomena for themselves. In 1991, a group of paranormal investigators led by researcher Paul and Dan Handrea set up camp in the forest to try and document these occurrences. They were prepared for anything, armed with cameras, audio recorders, and even special meters designed to detect electromagnetic fields. For 3 days, they explored the forest, searching for any signs of the paranormal. Then, suddenly, just as they were about to give up hope, it happened. As they were walking through the trees, they saw a small clearing ahead of them. In the middle of the clearing was a circle of stones, and in the center of the circle, a single tree. And then they heard it, a strange humming noise coming from the tree. The researchers quickly set up their equipment to record the strange sound when suddenly the leaves of the tree began to move. At first it was just a gentle rustling, but then the leaves began to turn and twist violently. The researchers watched in amazement as the branches of the tree began to move too, forming strange shapes and patterns in the air. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the phenomenon stopped. The tree fell silent, and the branches slowly returned to normal. The researchers were shaken by what they had witnessed, and when they reviewed their recordings, they found that their instruments had gone haywire during the event, making strange clicks and whirs that couldn't be explained. But the Hoia Baciu forest had one more surprise in store for them. On their last night in the forest, the researchers were awoken in their camp to the sound of heavy footsteps near their tent. When they looked outside, they saw a dark, hunched-over figure moving through the trees. The researchers quickly grabbed their cameras and began recording. The figure seemed to sense their presence and turned towards them, and then they saw its face. It was pale and gaunt with sunken eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. The researchers were frozen in fear as the creature took a step towards them, but it never made it to the tent. Suddenly, the creature stopped and turned away, disappearing into the darkness. The researchers were left shaken and confused, unsure of what they had just seen. But they weren't the only ones to encounter strange creatures in the forest. Over the years, many people have reported seeing similar creatures lurking in the shadows of the Hoia Baciu forest. Some say they are ghosts, while others believe they are something more sinister. There's even a local legend that says the forest is home to a werewolf, which may explain some of the animalistic growls and howls that have been heard in the area. One of the most terrifying encounters was reported by a young woman named Alexandra. She was hiking in the forest with her boyfriend when they heard a loud crash in the trees. As they turned to investigate, they saw a pair of glowing eyes staring back at them. The couple froze in fear as the eyes began to move, slowly coming closer and closer. Then a large shape emerged from the trees, tall and thin with long, sharp claws. It lunged at them, hissing, and the couple ran as fast as they could, desperately trying to get away. They didn't stop running until they reached the safety of their car, and even then, they could hear the creature moving through the forest behind them. But not everyone who enters the forest is so lucky. Many people have disappeared in the Hoia Baciu forest and their bodies were never found. One of the most famous cases is that of a young boy named Ionut. He was playing in the forest with his friends when he suddenly vanished without a trace. His friends searched for him for hours, but there was no sign of him anywhere. The police were called in. But despite their best efforts, Ionut's body was never recovered, and his disappearance remains a mystery to this day. As the years passed, more and more stories of strange occurrences in the forest came to light. There were reports of vehicles breaking down for no apparent reason, hikers getting lost and never being found, and even pets disappearing while on walks in the forest. All of this led to rumors that the forest was cursed, and many people began to avoid it altogether. But not everyone is afraid of the forest. Some people, including many paranormal investigators, are drawn to the mystery and want to explore the forest for themselves. They come equipped with cameras, EMF meters, and other tools to try and document the paranormal activity. And while there have been no definitive proof of paranormal activity in the forest, there have been many strange and unexplained occurrences that have been recorded there. One of the most interesting aspects of the Hoia Baciu forest is the strange magnetic anomalies that have been detected there. According to some reports, compasses don't work properly in the forest, and some people have even reported feeling strange magnetic sensations on their skin while walking through the trees. These anomalies may be due to the high concentration of iron ore in the soil, but others believe that they may be evidence of a portal or a tear in the fabric of space-time. Another strange phenomenon that has been reported in the forest is the appearance of the strange plants and mushrooms. Some of these plants and fungi are known to be poisonous, which may explain some of the illnesses that have been reported in people who have spent time in the forest. Others believe that the forest may be home to a variety of rare and undiscovered species that have yet to be documented by scientists. Despite all of the strange occurrences that have been reported in the forest, there's still a lot that we don't know about the Hoya Baciu Forest. It is a relatively unexplored area, and much of it is covered in thick undergrowth, making it difficult to navigate. However, new exploration and research may shed more light on the mysteries of this strange and fascinating forest. So, if you're ever in the area and feeling brave, why not take a hike in the forest yourself? You never know what you might see. But be careful. Who knows what lurks in the shadows of the Hoya Baciu Forest? What do you think about the mysterious forest? Do you believe there are portals in our world that allow us to travel to other dimensions? If you're thinking about visiting this mysterious location, would you go? Let me know in the comments section down below. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to check out my latest short. Thanks for watching. For some, it was just an ordinary day. For others, it was the last day they would ever see. When the cursed bus 375 pulled away from its terminus in the early hours of May 2008, it was carrying more than just tired passengers. The driver, surnamed Zhang, had no idea he was behind the wheel of a nightmare. The bus was to complete one final run before being retired, but when the vehicle failed to arrive at its destination, nobody thought much of it. It was yet until later that morning when authorities got a call from a worker who hadn't seen his wife get off the bus, and so began one of China's strangest missing persons cases. Join us today as we look at the cursed bus 375 and China's midnight death ride. It was just another day for most people in Beijing, but for the 24 unlucky passengers on board, their lives were about to change forever. By the time the bus had reached its terminus, the passengers were slumped in their seats, exhausted from the day. They were either heading home after work or maybe out for some late-night shopping. It was around 11:30 p.m. by the time the bus pulled away from the stop. The driver, Zhang, was already exhausted and ready to hang up his keys for the night. But there were still a few stops to make. This was the last run of the night for bus number 375, and as the driver saw it, he just needed to get through this last journey, and then he could finally clock out. As the bus trundled down the empty streets, the driver started to doze off. As the bus approached its final destination, the driver made a wrong turn, something that wouldn't have been out of place in a Stephen King novel. He found himself driving into the mountains. Still half asleep, the driver continued along the narrow road. Soon enough, the road turned to dirt, and the only lights came from the stars above. All the while, the driver was oblivious. When the bus finally hit a dead end, he awoke with a start. Looking around, he realized with horror that the passengers were also missing. Their seats were still occupied, but the people who had been sitting in them were nowhere to be seen. Panicked, he jumped off the bus and started to search for the missing passengers. Calling out into the darkness, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The bus was completely empty, but there was no sign of anyone. Had the passengers simply gotten off the bus without telling him? No, that didn't make any sense. They would have woken up at the very least. He looked around the bus and noticed that all the surveillance cameras were facing downwards, meaning he couldn't check the footage. But one camera still worked. It was positioned at the back of the bus and showed a corridor leading into the darkness. Gathering his courage, he stepped into the corridor. It was dark and dank, the air thick with dust. The only sound was the beating of his own heart. But as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw something that made him run back to the bus. There in front of him were the passengers, or rather their disembodied spirits. They were standing in the corridor, staring directly at him. Of course, he knew they weren't really there. What he must have seen were the ghosts of the passengers, those he had unknowingly driven into the afterlife. Horrified, he stumbled back onto the bus and called the police. As dawn broke, the driver waited anxiously for the police to arrive. He told them everything he knew, including what he had seen on the surveillance camera. But when the officers checked the footage, there was nothing there. All they saw was the driver entering the bus alone. To say the police were skeptical is an understatement. Of course, nobody believed a word of the story, and so the driver was sent on his way, free to tell his tale to whoever would listen. But as the day wore on, the police got a call from a worker who hadn't seen his wife get off the bus the previous night. They checked the manifest against the CCTV footage and realized that several passengers were missing. To say they were concerned is an understatement. The police searched everywhere for the missing passengers, but there was no sign of them. Then they went to the driver's house. He was distraught, claiming he had seen the ghosts of the passengers. But the police weren't convinced. They checked his story against other witnesses, but none of them had seen the missing people get off the bus. At this point, the police had a choice to make. Did they believe the driver or not? And, more importantly, what did they do next? While the police were questioning the driver, someone else was looking for answers. One woman was frantic. She hadn't seen her daughter get off the bus the night before, and now nobody was telling her anything. Her daughter had boarded the bus with every intention of getting home safely. Now she might never see her again. Along with the parents of the other missing children, they confronted the driver, demanding answers. But he had none. All he could do was apologize profusely and hope they understood that he didn't mean for this to happen. But as the days passed with no answers, they grew angrier. How could this have happened? Why hadn't the police found anything? And why did the driver keep apologizing if he had nothing to do with their children going missing? To them, he was clearly hiding something. But what exactly was it? It was then that the police decided to take matters into their own hands. They took the bus back to the terminus and waited. Surely the people on the bus would have gone to the same place as the driver claimed, right? Well, the police were about to find out. After a few tense moments, a woman approached the bus. She asked them if the bus had traveled to the mountains the night before. Of course it had, which was why several people were missing. But that was old news. The woman they were talking to had been on the bus the night before. She hadn't reported it missing because she didn't think anyone would listen. In fact, she had even written a letter to her family saying goodbye. She had intended to take her own life once the bus reached its final destination. With this new lead, the police were eager to find the rest of the missing passengers. Where had they gone? Was the driver involved? Or was he just a poor guy who had accidentally driven a bus full of people to their deaths? They decided to follow the bus route to find out, and what they discovered shocked them. At first, there was nothing. The area where the driver claimed to have seen the ghosts of the passengers was barren, but as they continued along the route, they found something. It was a small clearing, and in the center of it, a large hole had been dug. But what really caught their eye was the belongings that lay strewn around the edge. There were clothes, bags, even shoes, and all of it matched the descriptions of what the passengers had been wearing the night they disappeared. With heavy hearts, the police searched the area for bodies. They found 5 of the passengers, but 4 were still missing. Was the driver telling the truth? Had he seen the ghosts of the passengers? Maybe. But what was really going on here? Was there a serial killer on the loose? Or was this simply a tragic accident? They could never know for sure. In the end, the driver was let go. There simply wasn't enough evidence to hold him. While he was cleared of any wrongdoing, the same couldn't be said for Bus 375. The bus was immediately retired, never to be seen on the roads again. But its legacy lives on in the nightmares of the people who remember it. Some say they can still hear the screams of the passengers echoing from the bus. Others say they can see the ghost of the driver slumped over the wheel. What do you think happened on that fateful night? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos like this one. See you next time. Have you ever seen the devil? Have you ever had an encounter with a demon? Well, if you haven't, I certainly have, and it happened in a place called Loftus Hall in County Wexford, Ireland. This is a place steeped in history, a haunted house that has been passed down through generations of the same family for hundreds of years. But there's one story that keeps coming up again and again: the apparition of the devil himself. Built in 1340, Loftus Hall was first owned by the Loftus family, which took its name from the Anglo-Norman knight Sir Thomas de Loftus, who was given the lands of Loftus Hall by King Henry VIII. Legend says that he built the hall in just 4 years. According to legend, the construction of the house wasn't completed until 1368, when it was finished by Sir Thomas' son, Sir John. Built in the shape of a crescent, the house faced south with the front door directly opposite the sea, though legend says that on stormy days, the waves crash against the doors. The design of the house supposedly came from a Templar architect, an architect from the Order of St. John, also known as the Knights Templar. It's been suggested that they were involved in building halls in other parts of Ireland too, such as Kilcoe Castle in County Cork, Blarney Castle in County Cork, and, of course, Loftus Hall. Like those two castles, Loftus Hall is part of a much larger estate. Originally, it comprised over 2,000 acres, but that has since shrunk to just 750. It would be another 500 years before the ownership of Loftus Hall changed hands. In 1841, the hall passed from the Loftus family to Anne and Thomas Redmond Loftus, who took the surname Loftus to continue the bloodline. When Thomas died in 1857, his widow Anne continued to live in the hall with her 6 sons. The eldest son, also named Thomas, married Mary, the daughter of Edmund Custis, and they had at least 5 children together. Anne and Thomas lived there with their children and grandchildren until Anne died in 1903 at the age of 82. Following her death, Thomas and Mary moved out of Loftus Hall and into nearby Kilmore House. Thomas died in 1919, after which Loftus Hall remained empty until 1924. That year, it was sold to the Boland family, who still own it today. So that's the history of Loftus Hall. Now let me tell you about the ghost of Old Tom Loftus and the time that the devil visited the hall. Before I get to the story, let me give you some background on Old Tom. He was born in 1738 and died in 1805, so he lived a long life. At the age of 16, he decided to leave home and went abroad for a while. He joined the British Royal Navy and became a sailor. He served aboard HMS Canterbury during the 7 Years' War, seeing action in North America, the Caribbean, and the South Pacific. During his time at sea, he developed a drinking problem, which no doubt got worse when he returned home and inherited Loftus Hall. But it was his drinking that led him to meet his maker. One night in the late 1700s, Old Tom was drinking heavily in his cellar. He drank and he drank until he was completely drunk, and then he stumbled out the back door of the house and collapsed on the lawn. As he lay there, he could hear the laughter of children playing nearby, so he shouted at them to come closer. They did, and he asked them to push him toward the front door of the hall. Thinking this was a game, they pushed him all the way up to the door, but when it swung open, Old Tom kept going. He fell down the stairs and broke his neck. Legend says that this is why the front door has never been closed since, because every time it is, someone dies. That is, of course, just a local legend. There's no evidence that this actually happened. But even if it didn't happen exactly like this, it's clear that Old Tom was reckless with his drinking, and it's likely he did die as a result of it. One day, not long after he died, Anne Loftus Redmond, Old Tom's granddaughter, was walking around the grounds when she came across a small cave. She couldn't remember it being there before and was curious, so she went inside. Inside, she found an old book lying around. It was an ordinary-looking book bound in leather and tied with a simple piece of string. She picked it up and opened it and immediately regretted it. She saw what looked like entries for the last 3 years of Old Tom's life. They were written in Latin and detailed his heavy drinking and wild behavior. She only read a few pages before tossing the book back onto the ground. terrified at what else it might contain. She quickly left the cave and ran home, where she told everyone about what she had found. Now, this is where things take a turn for the strange. See, the family had always known about Old Tom's wild ways, but they had no idea how bad it really was. To them, he was a distant uncle who occasionally stayed at the hall and drank heavily. They knew he had a drinking problem, but they didn't think it was that bad. But after reading these disturbing entries, they realized that Old Tom was a danger to himself and to everyone around him. So they confronted him about it. But instead of apologizing or promising to change, Old Tom laughed in their faces. "I'm your family," he shouted. "Can't you see that? You can't hide away from it." Then he picked up a candlestick and attacked his nephew Thomas, who was later taken to the hospital with serious injuries. This incident convinced the family that something dark had taken hold of Old Tom, and they began searching the house for anything that might help explain his sudden burst of violence. But it was Anne who found the most interesting item. She discovered a hidden room behind one of the fireplaces in the hall. Inside, she found a collection of strange items. There was a silver bowl filled with the bones of a pig, a fox, a cat, a dog, and a human hand. Also in the room was an altar with a carving of a goat's head on it. It was clear that Old Tom had been practicing some kind of dark magic. The family confronted him about it, but Old Tom just laughed again and said, "You are my kin. You can't escape it." Anne's father eventually had the room bricked up and sealed with molten lead to keep whatever Old Tom had summoned inside from escaping. But unfortunately, he did escape. One night, a terrible storm was raging outside Loftus Hall, and the family huddled together in the living room trying to stay warm. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and when they opened it, they saw a cloaked figure standing in the doorway. His face was covered by a hood, so they couldn't see it, but they could hear the sound of thunder in his voice as he spoke. "Who's letting in the night wind? Who's letting in the night wind?" He stepped inside and slowly removed his cloak, and when he finally lifted his head, they gasped. Standing before them was the devil himself. Terrified, the family tried to get away, but the devil reached out and grabbed Old Tom, dragging him toward the stairs. He disappeared with Old Tom, leaving behind only the sound of thunder and lightning. No one ever saw Old Tom again, but the devil made regular appearances at the hall over the next several years. On one occasion, he was seen racing across the lawn on a horse. Another time, he was spotted dancing in the middle of the road near the hall. He was even seen swimming off into the distance after emerging from the sea. One day, Anne's brother Thomas was traveling along a road near Loftus Hall when he encountered the devil. He was out walking, and when he saw the devil approaching, he turned around and started running. But the devil was fast, and he soon caught up with Thomas, grabbed him, and dragged him toward the hall. Just as he thought the devil was about to pull him through the doors, however, he stopped. The devil looked at Thomas and asked him, "What would you give me if I let you go?" "Anything," replied Thomas. "Just let me go." The devil agreed, and when Thomas got home, he told the family what had happened. He said that the devil had asked him what he would give him in exchange for his freedom. "I'd give you my soul," said Thomas. "Well," said the devil, "you already have one, so what does it matter if I have it too?" And that's the end of the story. As you can imagine, ever since hearing the devil's words, the family has been extra careful to avoid him. After all, if he can possess one person, then he can do the same to anyone. Some believe the devil is still haunting Loftus Hall, and many people claim to have seen his presence there. Others say they've seen Old Tom, whose ghost is said to walk the grounds at night. Many also say they've heard the sound of footsteps, voices, screams, and chains dragging metal moans. Some even claim to have felt a cold spot in the air or seen shadows moving through the darkness. Some say they've heard the screams of people being dragged away by the devil, never to be seen again. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of a haunting came in 2012 when the current owner, Bill Boland, put the house up for rent and a family moved right in. Not long after, they began experiencing strange phenomena. The kids started seeing a man dressed in old-fashioned clothes, and the parents began hearing whispers and footsteps in the middle of the night. Eventually, they couldn't take it anymore and moved out. So if you want to see the devil for yourself, visit Loftus Hall. But please don't wake him up. It's been almost 100 years since the discovery of the tomb of the boy king Tutankhamun. Yet even today, the legend of the curse of the pharaoh's revenge still lives on. But is there any truth behind this enduring myth? And what really happened to those who dared to disturb the pharaoh's final resting place? Join us as we uncover the secrets of the tomb and explore the real reason behind the curse of the pharaoh as revenge. Tutankhamun's tomb, also known as the Valley of the Kings, is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Egypt. The tomb was discovered by a team of British archaeologists led by Howard Carter on November 4, 1922, after years of painstaking excavation. Since its opening to the public in 1923, the tomb has attracted thousands of visitors from around the world who come to pay their respects to the legendary pharaoh. However, not everyone who has entered the tomb has been so lucky. One of the first people to die after visiting the tomb was Lord Carnarvon, an aristocrat and the financial backer of Carter's dig. He died suddenly of a mosquito bite gone wrong, which may have been a freak occurrence, but it nonetheless added fuel to the fire of the tomb's curse. Then there was Tutankhamun's half-sister, Ankhesenamun, who died prematurely under mysterious circumstances, leading some to believe that she may have been a victim of the curse as well. Even more unsettling, a member of Carter's team, George J. Gates, met his end at the hands of an Egyptian guard, although the motive behind the murder remains unknown. And let's not forget about the strange illness that befell Carter himself, who became bedridden for months with a severe case of hepatitis, adding further weight to the rumors of the curse. These tragic events led many people to believe that the tomb was cursed, and that anyone who disturbed the pharaoh's eternal slumber would be doomed. But is there any truth to these claims, or are they just a product of superstition and coincidence? Well, according to experts, the answer is neither. In fact, far from being cursed, the true story of Tutankhamun's tomb is much more fascinating and complex. As we know, when Carter finally opened the tomb in 1922, he didn't find the mummy of Tutankhamun, but instead discovered 3 complete and 5 incomplete mummies inside. Among them was a young woman named Nefertiti, who turned out to be the wife of Tutankhamun. However, what Carter didn't realize at the time was that he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, a secret that had been hidden for centuries. Upon closer examination, researchers realized that the so-called mummy of Nefertiti was actually a wax dummy created by tomb builders to deceive grave robbers. In fact, the real mummy of Nefertiti was discovered over 60 years later in another tomb, the royal cachette of the 13th dynasty near Cairo. This suggests that the burial chamber originally intended for Nefertiti was reused for other purposes after her death. To make matters even more perplexing, the team found a number of mummies in the wrong tombs, indicating that the site was once a necropolis used for multiple burials. This raises questions about the true layout of the burial complex and the identity of the individuals whose remains were ultimately interred within it. But perhaps the most shocking discovery of all was the realization that the mummy of Tutankhamun himself had been placed in the wrong tomb. That's right. When Carter made his famous discovery, he wasn't looking at the mummy of the boy king, but rather the remains of someone else entirely. It wasn't until 1932 that the correct mummy was found and identified through a series of scientific tests. This begs the question, if even the pharaoh's own mummy was mistakenly placed in the wrong tomb, how could anyone be blamed for disturbing his eternal rest? After all, no one knew where the real mummy of Tutankhamun lay. Another aspect of the curse narrative that adds to its allure is the role played by various individuals such as the Egyptian officials, priests, and members of the public, who all had a stake in the outcome of the excavation. The Egyptian government, eager to capitalize on the potential revenue from tourism, wanted the tomb to be opened as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the priests and others opposed the disturbance of the tomb, believing it would unleash the wrath of the gods. This conflict between tradition and modernity, religion and science, only served to heighten the sense of mystery and danger surrounding the tomb. Once the tomb was open, a variety of factors contributed to the growth of the curse narrative. For example, the decision to remove some of the artifacts from the tomb and display them in museums around the world, particularly in Britain and America, fueled resentment among some Egyptians who felt that their cultural heritage was being exploited for financial gain. Additionally, the portrayal of the discovery in the media and popular culture often sensationalized and exaggerated the supposed curse, further perpetuating the myth. Furthermore, the involvement of renowned Egyptologist Howard Carter himself added a layer of credibility to the curse narrative. Carter, who was seen as a modern-day Indiana Jones, was already something of a celebrity in his own time. His discovery of the tomb brought him international fame and adulation, but also made him the target of media scrutiny and speculation. The public was fascinated by the idea of a curse, and Carter's every move was analyzed in the press. Finally, the supposed curse of the pharaoh's revenge fit neatly into a broader cultural fascination with the occult and the supernatural that was emerging in the early 20th century. This fascination was fueled by the writings of authors like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and the emergence of new spiritualist movements, as well as a growing interest in ancient civilizations and their supposed mysteries. So, what can we learn from the legend of the cursed tomb of Tutankhamun? Firstly, it serves as a reminder of the importance of respecting cultural and religious beliefs, even those that may seem strange or unfamiliar to us. The story also highlights the power of the media and popular culture to shape our perceptions of history and archaeology. Finally, the legend of the cursed tomb reminds us of the human tendency to seek out the extraordinary and the supernatural, even in the face of reason and evidence. In conclusion, the curse of the pharaoh's revenge is nothing more than a myth, a product of superstition, coincidence, and the human tendency to seek out the extraordinary. While it's true that several people associated with the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb died under mysterious circumstances, there's no evidence to suggest that their deaths were linked to the tomb itself. Instead, we can attribute these deaths to a variety of natural and human factors, such as illness, accidents, and even murder. The story of the cursed tomb has captured the imaginations of people around the world and continues to fascinate us even today. But it's important to remember that behind the legends and myths, there's a real history that deserves our respect and understanding. So the next time you hear about the curse of the pharaoh's revenge, take a moment to appreciate the real story behind this enduring myth. You might be surprised at what you discover. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more historical tales. Thank you for watching. See you next time. When you think of serial killer hotels, you're probably thinking about that one scene from American Horror Story. But did you know that the basis for that story was taken from a real-life serial killer hotel? Hi, everyone. Welcome to this house. Today, we are exploring the murder castle of H.H. Holmes. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode. In the early 1890s, a young man by the name of Herman Webster Mudgett moved to Chicago and began working at the World Ease Fair Hotel. As a handyman, he soon saved enough money to begin planning his future. He wanted to make something of himself, but the problem was he had no skills or real talents to fall back on. So he decided to play on his greatest asset, his appearance. Though he wasn't wealthy, he dressed in fine clothes and affected an English accent, calling himself H.H. Holmes. With his new persona solidified, he went to work making plans for his financial future. His idea consisted of building his own hotel, which he would fill with unsuspecting victims that he could rob and kill. He purchased a small parcel of land in the south side of Chicago for $150 and got to work laying the foundation for what would become known as the Murder Castle. The three-story brick building was constructed with the intention of being a standard hotel with 60 rooms. But once inside, guests would find that many of the rooms were soundproof and windowless, designed only for one purpose: killing. Holmes thought of everything when he planned his murder castle. Every room had at least one secret passageway leading to another part of the building, and the basement contained a furnace capable of burning human flesh. He also installed gas lines throughout the building, allowing him to turn off the building's gas in the event of an emergency. Though most of the rooms were windowless, there were several on the top floor that overlooked the street. These were designed to be used as sniper perches, allowing Holmes to take out targets from far away. He opened the hotel in November of 1891 with a big party, inviting everyone in the neighborhood to come and take a look around. He put on quite the show, parading around with a fake mustache and monocle while pretending to be British. People toured the building and enjoyed the refreshments, and no one ever suspected that it was a house of horrors. The first guest to check in was a former employee of Holmes named George Park. He checked in on December and asked to have his key delivered to his room. This was a trick he had played on Holmes during their time together at the World's Fair Hotel, and he knew that Holmes would likely oblige. As he waited in his room, he heard a loud crash from above, followed by footsteps. Not thinking much of it, he returned to his room later to find a bloody meat cleaver and the doorknob to his room. It was gone. He ran for his life and escaped unharmed, though no one believed him when he told them what had happened. They thought he was crazy and no one would listen to his warnings about the hotel. While Holmes may have killed Park, he is not officially listed as one of his victims because his body was never recovered. The first confirmed victim to check into the murder castle was a Miss Minnie Williams. She was a 21-year-old clerk who disappeared after checking into the hotel on February 1892. Her family waited a week before reporting her missing, and when they arrived at the hotel to ask about her, Holmes claimed to have no idea where she could be. Her family searched for her for weeks, but Holmes kept them guessing by claiming that she had checked out. He even showed the family a fake boarding house where he said she was staying. When they realized that he was lying to them, they returned to the hotel, only to find that Holmes had vanished along with his entire life savings. Her family never saw him or their daughter again, and they soon gave up on the search. As time passed, more and more women began disappearing in Chicago. At first, people didn't think much of it. Many of the missing women were African American, and the police didn't seem to care. But as the summer wore on, even the police were forced to admit that something was going on. Of the 27 confirmed victims of Holmes, 21 were African American. It's believed that he chose to target these women because they were less likely to have friends or family come looking for them. He lured his victims to the hotel with fake names and promises of jobs. Once inside, he would drug them and lock them in one of the many soundproof rooms. His methods of torture varied, but he seemed to enjoy using fire the most. He would often set his victims on fire while they were locked in their rooms, then watch as they burned to death through a secret passageway. Other times he would lure his victims to the roof, shoot them in the head, and then throw their bodies down the elevator shaft. Sometimes he would feed his victims to his pigs, either alive or after they were dead. As the summer wore on, Holmes became bolder and began targeting white women as well. On July 1892, 24-year-old Martha Van Devanter checked into the hotel. She was a well-known model and actress who had recently broken up with her fiancé. She was having trouble keeping a job and was desperate for money when she met a handsome stranger named Peter S. Wood. Wood seemed to have everything: a great job, lots of money, and a charming personality. Martha was head over heels for him until he proposed that she move in with him at the castle. She was reluctant to accept, but something about the hotel made her uneasy and she soon called off the engagement. Wood was furious and vowed revenge. The next day, she checked into the hotel and was never seen again. Her sister, who was waiting for her outside, saw Holmes escort her to her room, then close the door behind them. She waited patiently, but after several hours, Martha still hadn't checked out. She went to the door and knocked, but no one answered. She tried the handle and found that the door was locked. She went to the front desk and asked for a key, but Holmes refused to give it to her. She finally broke in through a window, only to find the room empty except for a small pile of clothes in the corner. She searched the rest of the hotel and even climbed to the roof. but her sister was nowhere to be found. She returned home, defeated, and 2 days later her body was found in a shallow grave in an alley behind the hotel. For months, Holmes continued his reign of terror until a fire broke out in his hotel on November 1892. The cause of the blaze is unknown, but some believe that Holmes intentionally set the fire to cover up evidence in the building. Whatever the case, the fire spread quickly and brought the whole structure down. As the building burned, people saw figures running from the upper floors, some crawling on all fours like animals. When the building collapsed, it took many lives with it. In the aftermath, the police found 9 bodies. They believed that these were just the ones who died in the fire, and that there were many more bodies hidden inside the rubble. With the evidence destroyed, Holmes was able to remain free for almost a year. It wasn't until October 1893 that he was finally caught. A janitor at the hotel recognized him and contacted the police. He was arrested and charged with raping a maid at gunpoint. Though this was the charge that stuck, he was suspected in dozens of murders, but he was never convicted for any of them. Holmes was sentenced to death by electric chair and spent his last days in prison planning his escape. On May 7, 1894, he was strapped into the chair and executed. Despite the massive amount of evidence against him, some people still believe that he was innocent. They say that Holmes was framed by the police and that he was really just a misunderstood millionaire who wanted to open a hotel. There is little evidence to support this theory, but it is possible that he was not the only monster operating in Chicago at the time. Jack the Ripper was terrorizing London, and many believe that he had a copycat killer in Chicago during this time. Some historians claim that H. Holmes was actually Jack the Ripper and that he traveled to Chicago after killing Mary Jane Kelly in September of 1888. Though there is no concrete evidence to prove this, it is an interesting theory. If Holmes was indeed Jack the Ripper, it means that he killed at least 36 people, possibly as many as 200. Today, the site of the murder castle is occupied by a parking lot. In 2006, researchers used ground-penetrating radar to scan the area and found what appeared to be several human bodies. They were unable to recover the remains due to the cost and complications involved, but the city plans to revisit the site in the near future. Maybe one day we will find the remains of Holmes' victims and finally give them the justice they deserve. Thank you all for watching. I really hope that you enjoyed this video. Which fact about H. Holmes surprised you the most? Let me know down below in the comments section. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode. I would also like to take a moment to say a special thank you to our supporters whose names you can see on screen right now. I'll see you next time. As I'm sure you've heard many times before, there are some ghosts that just won't stop crying. Some ghosts are just sad to be dead, and they need to let it all out. And this is especially true for one very well-known ghost known simply as the Weeping Woman. And today, we're going to be looking at one of the most famous and prolific ghosts in the world. This ghost has been seen by thousands upon thousands of people over the course of centuries, with sightings occurring all around the globe. The legend of the Weeping Woman is so popular that she even has her own day where people go out searching for her. So, who is the Weeping Woman, and why does she cry? Let's start off our story with some history. Long ago, long ago, before Disney was even a glimmer in Walt's eye, there was a very popular folk tale about a woman who drowned her children and then herself. Now, of course, nowadays we know this story as the tale of the drowned lovers from the Disney movie, The Black Cauldron. But originally, this story wasn't quite as wholesome. Instead, the story goes like this. A woman named Maria lived in a small village with her 2 children. One day, Maria decided that she wanted to take her own life and the life of her children. She took them down to a nearby river, tied a rock to their bodies, and one by one she drowned them. And then, finally, she drowned herself. Now, some versions of the story claim that she did this because she was angry at her husband, while other versions of the story say that she was mad at God for having so much pain in her life. Either way, she was now dead, and she became the ghost that we now call La Llorona, which translates to the crying woman. Now, believe it or not, this folk tale has been around since the 16th century, meaning it predates even the Salem witch trials. In fact, when Spanish conquistadors came across the Aztecs, they heard tales of a woman who had drowned her children and then herself. They also learned that the locals believed her spirit was forever cursed to walk the earth in search of her lost children. The conquistadors then took this story back to Europe and published it in a book called The Tears of the Children of the Lord God. And as time went on, more and more stories of the weeping woman began to pop up. Soon enough, everyone knew the story of the weeping woman who was forever doomed to wander the earth in search of her lost children, forever sobbing as she went. And although the story changed throughout the years, one thing remained the same. She cried and cried and cried. Okay, so now that we have the story down, let's talk about the sightings. As I mentioned earlier, this ghost has been seen by thousands upon thousands of people throughout the course of history. But before I get into the details of these sightings, there are two things that I need to make clear. For one, I can't prove any of these stories are true. As much as I love researching paranormal things, I'm still a hardcore skeptic. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything else paranormal. That being said, I do find these stories interesting to look at because they show how people think the world works, especially those who lived before modern science. Secondly, almost all of the stories of the weeping woman come from Hispanic countries or areas with a strong Hispanic influence. Now, I'm not saying that other cultures don't have similar weeping women, but if you're going to see one of these ghosts, your best bet is probably to travel to Mexico, the southwestern United States, Spain, or any of the many countries of Latin America. That's because the Catholic Church tried to wipe out many of the old religions and beliefs of the natives of these lands. And with these old religions often came stories of spirits that were similar to the weeping woman. Because of this, the Church adapted these stories to fit their narrative. They kept the story of the woman who killed her children, but made her a Christian and called her the Weeping Woman. Anyways, here are just a few of the many sightings of the weeping woman throughout history. These sightings are in no particular order, so I'll just kind of rattle them off. Our first story comes from California. In the late 1930s, a woman named Gertrude Henderson and her friend Ruby were driving home after a night of drinking. As they drove along the road, they both saw what looked like a woman standing on the side of the road. At first, they thought nothing of it, but soon they realized that the woman was crying. When Gertrude and Ruby stopped their car to ask the woman if she needed help, she only responded by sobbing hysterically and then running away. From that point on, the two friends would often see this strange woman crying on the side of the road. Eventually, they asked an old man if he knew who the woman was, and he told them that she was the Weeping Woman, a ghost that had been seen in the area for years. Moving on, we have a story from World War II. During the Battle of the Bulge, Private First Class Jack Haley and his squad were pinned down by enemy fire. They were stuck in a small building, and they didn't know what to do. That was until Jack heard someone crying. He walked outside to investigate and saw a woman in a white dress sitting on a nearby bridge. She was crying so hard that Jack ran over to her to see if she needed help. When he got closer, though, he realized that she was a ghost, and before he could run back inside, she vanished. To this day, Jack doesn't know if he was saved by the Weeping Woman or what she meant, but he never forgot her. All right, next up, we have a story from Texas. Back in 1974, a woman named Terry Grant was driving home from a party. It was late and the roads were empty. That's when she saw a woman in white walking along the highway. Terry stopped to see if the woman needed help, but she only screamed and then ran away. When Terry got home, she told her husband what had happened, and he told her that it was probably just the Weeping Woman. He explained that the Weeping Woman was known to appear on highways and that she was usually followed by bad luck. Terry didn't listen, though, and soon enough she was involved in a serious car accident. She survived, but she knew that the Weeping Woman had cursed her. Next up, we have a story from Florida. On April 1981, Patricia Yeager was driving home from a trip to the store. It was late, but the roads were clear. That's when she spotted a woman in white standing by the side of the road. She slowed down to see if the woman was okay, but as she approached, the woman vanished. Not long after that, Patricia's car broke down and she was stranded on the side of the road. And that's when she heard chains dragging metal moans. And when she turned around, she saw the weeping woman approaching her. She was dragging herself closer and closer until suddenly Patricia's car started working again. The ghost then disappeared and Patricia sped away as fast as she could. And lastly, we have a story from Los Angeles. It was October 2010 and two friends named Justin and Ryan were driving home from a party. It was late and they were both drunk. That's when Justin slammed on the brakes. He had just seen a ghost, a woman in white standing on the side of the road. Ryan didn't believe him, but when he looked outside he saw the woman too. They pulled over and Justin got out of the car to go talk to her, but when he got close, she vanished. Then, out of nowhere, Ryan's car started making a weird noise. He turned off the engine and they both started hearing chains dragging metal moans. Then, out of nowhere, the car burst into flames. And, as they ran away, they saw the weeping woman standing over their burning car, laughing. So, there you have it. Just a small sampling of the thousands of stories of the weeping woman throughout history. If you want to hear more stories of the weeping woman, then I suggest that you Google it or check out Reddit. There are tons of stories out there, and honestly, I could do a video on this ghost every single day, and I would never run out of stories. But anyways, do you believe in the weeping woman? Let me know down in the comments below. And, as always, thank you for watching, and have a good one. Florida is the land of sunshine, fun in the sun, and alligators that play Dungeons and Dragons. But if there's one thing that puts a damper on your day, it's getting haunted by ghosts. And while you can find ghosts almost anywhere, there's one house in Florida that locals try to avoid at all costs. It's known as the Riddle House, and here's why. This is the Riddle House. Located in Tampa, this Victorian mansion looks like a place where you'd go to get some tea with crumpets, but it's actually a paranormal hotspot. The history of this house dates back to 1861 when it was built by John Riddle. Despite being incredibly wealthy, he kept his personal life private, which has left historians unsure as to why he built the house or what happened to him after its construction. All we know is that he died in 1902, but the home didn't stay empty for long. In 1904, Charles R. Crane and his wife Kate moved into the home, turning it into a funeral home. This might have been an interesting side gig for a doctor, but unfortunately, it's not. The Cranes were serial killers who murdered more than 20 young boys. They'd lure their victims to the house under false pretenses and then feed them poison. After they passed away, the Cranes would dismember the bodies, feed the pieces to their dogs, and then dispose of the remaining remains on their property. Although it took several years, eventually enough people went missing for authorities to suspect the Cranes. When they searched the property, they found a number of body parts belonging to the missing boys, leading to the couple's arrest. Both were charged with murder and sent to prison. Kate died in 1938, but Charles survived until 1958, and throughout his imprisonment, he continued to elude the police as to the whereabouts of all the missing children. After the gruesome discovery, the house was abandoned for decades, sitting vacant and slowly falling apart. Then, in 1970, it was purchased by two local businessmen. They restored the mansion and opened it up as a restaurant and bar called the Copper Pot. But even though the business was successful, the ghost of the previous owner hung around, scaring off customers and employees alike. One night, a manager was locking up for the evening when he heard a loud crash coming from upstairs. He investigated and discovered that someone had knocked over a display case filled with antique medical equipment. But when he looked around the room, he couldn't find anyone. Another time, a female employee was working in the office alone late at night when she heard chains dragging metal moans. She turned around just in time to see the apparition of a man dragging himself closer and closer. She tried to call out to him, but her voice wouldn't come out. Paralyzed with fear, she watched as the man in chains approached her desk, reached out a hand, and then vanished. Then, most recently in 2015, a group of friends decided to check out the house and maybe have a drink or two. They managed to sneak inside without being seen and made their way to the basement. As soon as they stepped foot in the basement, however, the hair on the back of their necks stood up. One of the guys pulled out his phone to use as a flashlight, and as he descended the stairs, he noticed something standing at the bottom. It was a tall, gaunt man wearing shackles around his ankles. The guy with the flashlight froze, unsure of what to do. So the ghost approached him and motioned to the floor with his finger. The guy shined his light down and saw a loose floorboard. He kicked it, and it gave way, revealing a hole that led to a basement below the basement. But before any of them could investigate further, the lights flickered on, and they ran away. With so many ghost sightings, it shouldn't be surprising that the house has gained a reputation as one of the most haunted locations in Florida. In fact, when it was put up for sale in 1993, the listing agent made sure to include a full disclosure about the house's spooky background. It sold anyway, and today the house continues to operate as a restaurant, bar, and private event space. You can go visit for yourself, and maybe you'll catch the serial killer, the ghost of Old Man Jenkins. Speaking of catching serial killers, sometimes solving a mystery requires a bit more work than reading the obituaries. Take the case of the Beaumont children. On January 26, 1966, 3 siblings left their family home in Adelaide, Australia to go to the nearby Glenelg Beach. While their mother was making breakfast, the kids changed their clothes into swimsuits and headed out the door. They never came home. Despite an extensive search, there was no sign of the kids. The only clue was an eyewitness who spotted 3 children matching their description walking toward the beach with 2 men. Even though the police launched a massive manhunt, it quickly fizzled out and the case grew cold. But the parents never gave up hope. They campaigned relentlessly for answers, which led to their story gaining national attention. A reward was established and a special task force was assembled. But nobody had any solid leads. Then, a few months later, a woman contacted the police and told them that she may have seen the children on the day they disappeared. She recalled seeing them enter a red Ford Falcon driven by 2 men. But, as far as she knew, that was the last anyone ever saw of the Beaumont children alive. Over the years, hundreds of theories emerged. Some believed the children were kidnapped, while others thought they'd run away. But none of these theories made sense. There was no evidence the children had been kidnapped. And if they'd run away, why wouldn't they have contacted their parents or used their first names? Since nobody had any answers, rumors began to spread. People started talking about how the children were actually taken by aliens, a traveling circus, or a secret cult. None of these rumors were true, but that didn't stop them from taking off. And as the years passed, the case remained unsolved. That was until 2022. That is when Australian police released a statement saying that they had arrested a 65-year-old man on suspicion of the crime. He was identified only as Evan, and he was charged with 3 counts of indecent dealing with a child. Police also announced that they would be exhuming the backyard of a Hazelwood, a suburb of Adelaide, in search of the children's remains. Evan was released on bail, and the community erupted in outrage. How could police release a suspected child murderer? Well, Evan wasn't a random dude off the street. He was one of the lead investigators on the case. For the past 56 years, Detective Sergeant Evan Lloyd had worked tirelessly to solve the Beaumont case. But behind the scenes, he had another motive. He wanted the children dead. Evan had been in love with one of the sisters, and when he realized that she had no interest in him, he did something terrible. He invited both sisters over to his house to babysit his kids so that he could impress them. But as they sat down to dinner, he slipped a sedative into their drinks. Both sisters fell asleep, and Evan took advantage of them. When they woke up, he gave them more drugs and then threw them in his pool. To make sure they were dead, he pulled them out and buried them in his backyard. And then he got away with murder for 56 years. But now that his cover has been blown, he's facing justice. Of course, bringing Evan to justice doesn't bring back the children, but at least their families finally know the truth. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to follow for more content. And, as always, thanks for watching. Are there ghosts haunting one of Georgia's most famous lakes? Perhaps. What if I told you that this was a town that was literally drowned? And then, when they say it's haunted, they mean really haunted. Some say it's home to hundreds of ghosts. Hi, everyone. Hi, welcome to my channel. I'm your host, and we are exploring the haunting of Lake Lanier in today's episode. When it comes to haunted places, sometimes it's easier to determine what isn't haunting a place. Like in the case of this lake, it's not haunted by boaters or fishermen or swimmers who come out to enjoy its beauty. It's not haunted by hikers or campers who come to see its gorgeous scenery. But like many things in life, what makes this place allegedly haunted is what's beneath the surface. In 1913, the federal government began planning to build a dam on the Chattahoochee River near the small town of Oscarville, Georgia. This would be a massive undertaking for the time, creating one of the largest man-made lakes in the country. When completed, Lake Sidney Lanier, named after the engineer who designed it, would stretch nearly 40 miles and cover more than 35,000 acres. But with such a huge project comes changes. Not only did the government have to buy land from private owners, but several communities had to be completely relocated. Two of those communities were Providence and Oscarville. Their residents were given a choice. They could either move to another town or they could receive money for their homes and property. Most chose to take the buyout and move elsewhere. However, not all did. The government never said anything about relocating the cemeteries, which meant that dozens of graves were left behind as the waters rose. It's unclear how many people remain buried beneath Lake Lanier, but some estimate the number to be around 275. Those buried there predate the construction of the lake by more than 100 years. Some bodies were moved, but others were simply left behind. The few residents who stayed behind also didn't make it. The government offered them a deal, pay for their moving expenses and an additional $1,000 if they would leave within 30 days. But the 30 days turned into months, and the months turned into years. When the lake finally opened, they refused to leave. By this point, their homes were surrounded by water. Many abandoned their houses and moved into Atlanta. Eventually, though, they were forced to leave and find new lives elsewhere. Now, the government technically committed eminent domain to build the lake, so they legally had the right to do it. However, the townspeople felt betrayed. They believed that the government would never actually follow through with building the lake and flooding their homes. After all, they had been talking about it for almost 100 years, ever since the state first started thinking about the idea. Now, they were finally being forced to move. When the lake was complete, the new town of Oscarville was underwater. Only the tops of a few chimneys remained above the surface. One of these belonged to the home of Samuel and Elizabeth Wynne Scott and their daughter Pearl. It was the only house on the south side of the lake and the last reminder of the town that once stood there. That was until 2013 when someone destroyed it. The person responsible claimed that they were just trying to save the home from further damage because vandals often broke windows and dropped anchors on the roof. But authorities found them guilty of criminal mischief. Even if they didn't mean to destroy the only remaining structure from the town, they succeeded anyway. But that wasn't the only loss the town suffered. In addition to their homes and businesses, the townspeople lost their loved ones too. The cemetery was full of men, women, and children. There were even babies who died in the early 1800s before the town was established. While most of these people did get to rest in peace after their bodies were relocated, that's not the case for everyone. Some remain trapped beneath the waters of Lake Lanier. It may seem heartless to discuss whether or not these people remain buried beneath the lake. After all, no matter how angry we are with the government, we wouldn't wish for our loved ones to suffer, especially not forever. But there are people who believe that they are suffering. Witnesses have reported seeing ghostly figures walking along the shore and through the streets of the old town. They've seen entire families strolling along the water, even though no one has lived here in decades. Some witnesses have even gotten photographs of translucent children playing by the lake. A lot of people have died in boating accidents on Lake Lanier. Some believe that this is because the lake is cursed or that there's something evil living inside of it. Since 1970, at least 20 people have died on the lake. At first, the number of deaths seemed unusual. After all, it's a large lake and it attracts tourists and boaters from all over the country. So it only made sense that eventually someone would die. But the deaths continued. Dozens of people were killed in boating accidents, drownings, and even poisonings, and many of the deaths seemed almost supernatural. A father and his 2 sons were riding in a boat together. Suddenly, without warning, the boat capsized. The father managed to get himself upright, but he turned back to find his sons missing. He called out for them, but the only reply was the wind whipping across the lake. He looked around frantically, but they were nowhere to be found. He immediately contacted local authorities who launched a search party. But they were unable to locate the boys. No trace of them or their overturned boat was ever found. Georgia is known for its beautiful natural scenery, especially its amazing lakes, and Lake Lanier is one of the most popular places to visit. It's situated about an hour's drive northeast of Atlanta in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Visitors come from all over the world to admire its beauty and spend the day boating or fishing. In fact, it's considered one of the best bass fishing lakes in the nation. However, it may also be one of the most dangerous. The alleged hauntings date back to 1956, when divers discovered the remains of a woman in an old wine glass bottle. She had been sealed inside for more than 150 years. Divers also recovered the body of a baby from the same location. Both of these bodies were among the first to be exhumed, but they weren't the last. For years, divers searched the lake for the bodies of 2 girls. They were killed in a boating accident that also took the life of one of the divers, Bill Merkerson. All 3 bodies were discovered more than 30 years later. If you're thinking about visiting Lake Lanier, don't worry, you probably won't run into any ghosts while you're there. You should keep an eye out for snakes, though, because according to the state, Lake Lanier is infested with them. Seriously. The state sent out a warning to swimmers that snakes are everywhere and that they should not be approached. Snakes love to sunbathe on rocks and logs, and because Lake Lanier has so many docks, it's the perfect place for them to hang out. Keep an eye out for water moccasins and cottonmouths, and you should probably bring a snakebite kit just in case. That's what the state recommends. But what about ghosts? Would a ghost really attack me? I doubt it. But with all of these stories, you can decide for yourself. Should I swim in Lake Lanier? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're down there, make sure to subscribe for more great paranormal videos. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. It helps a lot. It's hard to separate fact from fiction when it comes to ghosts. Sure, we can look at statistics and try to analyze the probability of certain events occurring, but we'll never truly know if there's something haunting us. Even if we wanted to investigate further, that's not always possible, especially in the case of Lake Lanier. The lake covers more than 35,000 acres, and divers haven't thoroughly combed through every inch of it yet. Plus, there's between 30 and 50 feet of water, depending on where you are. With such a large area to cover, who knows what secrets it holds? Some people think that it's haunted by the townspeople whose homes were flooded. Others believe that it's the spirits of those who died in boating accidents. Maybe both, maybe neither. In the end, we may never know for sure. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye. Are there really ghosts that are haunting this bridge? I'm the host. Join me and let's jump into today's video. This is the Overtoun Bridge in Scotland, and it's been called the Bridge to Nowhere. The bridge carries a small road over a ravine near the town of Balloch in the West Dunbartonshire area of Scotland. It was built in 1836, and at one point it was the main route from Glasgow to Balloch. But since then, the construction of newer roads has made that less important. In addition to being the subject of some local legends, the Overtoun Bridge is also part of a much bigger mystery that has both scientists and locals scratching their heads. This is the story of the bridge and the legend of the ghost dog. So far, we don't know who actually constructed this bridge, but given the date, we can assume it was probably built by Thomas Telford, who had already made his name by building many of the early Scottish roads. He had a lot of bridges constructed during that time, and they were all very similar in design. In fact, the Overtown Bridge was likely just another job for him until something happened that made this particular bridge stand out from all the others. There are many theories about what exactly took place here, but without any records from back then, we may never know for sure. So, the story goes that a young woman was walking along the bridge when she was spotted by a man who wanted to harm her. She ran across the bridge and over the railing, but he wasn't going to let her get away that easily. He grabbed onto her skirt, but she managed to free herself and jump into the water. The man jumped in after her, but she had already disappeared below the surface of the water. Her body was never recovered. Another version of the story says that the woman was simply walking with her dog when it suddenly ran off and jumped off the side of the bridge. She chased after it and lost her balance, falling into the water below. While there may not be any record of this event, there are those who believe that these two souls may still be haunting the bridge. Some claim that they've even seen her ghost wandering around the bridge. But there is something else that happens here, and it's more of a mystery than the ghost itself. If you ask anyone who lives nearby, they'll tell you about the story of the dogs jumping off the side of the bridge. The first case was recorded in 1954, and there have been around 500 cases since then. If you think about it, there are probably millions of dogs that cross this bridge every year, and only a relatively small number of them have jumped to their deaths. So there must be something drawing them to the side of the bridge. There's also another interesting piece of information. Most of the dogs that jumped were male. They also tend to be medium to large-sized dogs, and no matter what breed, they all seem to do the same thing. They run full speed across the bridge and then leap off of the side, choosing a spot below the bridge to jump into. Sometimes the owners are able to grab onto their leashes and save them from certain death, but most of the time there's nothing they can do. One of the strangest things is that once they're in the air, the dogs don't seem to struggle or make any attempt to slow themselves down. They just fall to their death. Some people say that the dogs smell something in the water and they want to take a closer look. But there's no way that could be true because the water isn't exactly fresh. That is because there's a weir at the base of the bridge that keeps the water from flowing. The water is stagnant, and it's almost always filled with bullheads, which are large fish that live in slow-moving water, so there's no way that anything in the water could be attracting the dogs. Others have said that maybe there are foxes living in the water that the dogs want to attack. But again, this doesn't explain why the dogs would jump into the water instead of trying to chase the fox along the bridge. There are even people who say that the water looks like a sheet of metal stretched out across the ground, and the dogs aren't really jumping into the water at all. They're actually jumping onto the metal sheet and then disappearing. But that's just nonsense. The water is definitely there. Most recently, a study was conducted by the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Their goal was to figure out why so many dogs were drawn to the bridge. They looked for visual cues, smells, or sounds that could have been triggering the dogs to act out. But there was nothing they could find. There was something different about this bridge compared to the rest of the roads. The RSPCA also noted that there were signs of other animals in the area, including rabbits and squirrels. So it's not like the dogs were reacting to some kind of predator. Also, if you've ever seen a dog run, you know that they usually lift their legs up while they're running, but when they approach the bridge, they keep their legs low to the ground. This makes it even more strange because there's clearly something in the area that they are afraid of. There was a dog psychologist who worked with the RSPCA on this project, and he believed that it might have something to do with the sound the dogs heard. He said, when they get to the bridge, they hear a noise and that causes them to drop their tails between their legs and jump into the water. Well, it makes sense, but it still doesn't explain where the sound came from. The weird thing is that the dogs all seem to react in the exact same way before they jump. They make a whining noise and then they drop their heads to the ground before leaping over the side, so the sound must have been right before they jumped. The RSPCA was able to set up cameras in the area, and that revealed something really interesting. You see, there are birds living inside the structure of the bridge, and it's possible that they're making the noise that scares the dogs. But it could also be something else. For a long time, people assumed that the dogs were jumping off the bridge on purpose, but that may not be true. Maybe the dogs aren't jumping at all. Instead, they're falling backward and losing their footing. But that doesn't make any sense either, because if they lose their footing, wouldn't the owners have been able to stop them from falling? In some instances, the owners were able to reach out and grab onto their dogs, but they said that the dog was limp, like it had suffered a stroke. Those who have witnessed the dogs falling backwards believe that there must be some sort of magnetic force at work here. Maybe there's some kind of magnetic anomaly in the area, and it affects the dog's ability to walk. It could also be a chemical or biological factor. After all, we know that dogs rely heavily on their senses of smell and hearing, and they could have been reacting to something that we weren't aware of. What do you think could be happening here? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. As for the ghost of the woman, there have been several people who say they saw her standing on the bridge. She's always wearing a long white dress and she seems to be waiting for someone. No one knows where she goes or where she comes from, but there have been sightings of her as recently as 2017. Maybe the ghost of the woman has something to do with the strange occurrences on the bridge, or maybe the stories of the two are just similar and it's all just a coincidence. After the RSPCA was done conducting their research, they erected a sign on the bridge warning people that dogs were known to jump off the bridge and to be careful when crossing. But that hasn't stopped the mysterious incidents from continuing. Many people say that the ghosts of the woman and her dog are responsible for the incidents, but there could be another explanation. Maybe it's something we can't even see. There could be a magnetic anomaly in the area that affects the dogs. Or maybe there's a gas coming from the ground that they can smell, but we can't. Whatever it is, we may never know what's happening here, but that's part of what makes the story so intriguing. Do you believe the dogs are jumping on purpose? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to check out more content. There's plenty more of history's greatest mysteries to uncover. In 2011, when the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant suffered a meltdown after an earthquake and tsunami, it became the second worst nuclear disaster in history, the first being Chernobyl. That event is so well known that it has its own Wikipedia page for the paranormal phenomena that allegedly occurred there, which includes ghosts. And like Chernobyl, some of the buildings at Fukushima are too dangerous to enter even now because of the amount of radiation left behind. But unlike Chernobyl, there was another nuclear accident in Japan before Fukushima, one that might have been even more serious had it not been covered up by the government. This is the story of the Tokaimura nuclear ghosts. On September 29, 1999, workers were transferring nuclear fuel from one part of the Tokaimura nuclear power plant to another. It was a routine procedure that had been done many times before. However, this time something went wrong. Sensors indicated a rise in temperature within the transport cask containing the uranium rods. And so two workers tried to lower the rods back into the pool to cool them down. But due to human error, the rods fell out of the transport vehicle and fell directly onto the floor. This triggered a criticality accident, which released a burst of gamma rays and neutrons into the air. The workers desperately tried to stop the chain reaction by inserting control rods made of boron, which absorbs neutrons, but they were too late. When the accident was discovered by other workers about 40 hours later, 3 of the 6 fuel rods were found to be missing. They had dissolved into the water and leaked out of the plant. High levels of radioactive cesium and strontium were detected in the area. Workers immediately began digging a trench near the plant's cooling pond to try to find the rods. And divers were sent into the cooling pond itself to search for the rest. The entire area was evacuated, and nearby residents were told to stay indoors. 1 worker died from acute radiation sickness, and 2 others were seriously injured. The leak rods were never found. The radiation levels in the cooling pond were so high that no human could survive for more than a few minutes inside it. But what does any of this have to do with ghosts? Those who worked at the plant claimed that ever since the accident, strange things have been happening there. It's never been the same. The company tried to cover it up. They didn't tell anyone what really happened there. You don't want your investment to go down, right? So they just said that everything was fine. But we all know that things aren't fine. Something happened. Sure, nothing happened to the town. They weren't exposed to enough radiation to kill them, but they were exposed to enough to mess with their lives. There are people who can't sleep at night. There are people who have cancer. There are people who lost family members and blame the plant. And then there's the dead guy. After the accident, the government gave everyone a large sum of money and told them to move away and never speak of what happened in Tokaimura. Well, that obviously didn't work, because here I am talking about it. Anyway, the people who stayed behind claim that the spirit of the worker who died is haunting the plant. His name was Masato Sonoda, and he was only 22 years old when he died. He worked at the plant as a temporary security guard and was given the nickname Ponytail because of his hairstyle. According to those who knew him, Sonoda wanted to become a regular employee so badly that he studied hard and passed the exams needed to qualify. But he never got the chance to officially join the company. His death certificate stated that he died from radiation exposure and pneumonia, although some claim he also suffered from aplastic anemia, a condition in which the bone marrow stops producing enough new blood cells. Coincidentally, the nuclear accident happened on Sonoda's birthday. Some believe that he was destined to die there. Now, whether or not this is true, what isn't in dispute is that soon after his death, strange things started happening around the plant. One day, workers were searching through the rubble near the site of the accident when they heard someone singing the same song over and over again. They couldn't see anyone, but they could hear the singing coming from above them. At first, they thought it must have come from a radio somewhere, but there were no radios around. And then they realized that the song was coming from inside the doomed building. Workers entered the building and searched everywhere, but there was no one inside. Even stranger, the building hadn't been completely destroyed yet, and there would have been nowhere for the singer to hide. Another time, a worker heard footsteps while walking alone in the middle of the night through the deserted streets of the abandoned town. He stopped and listened. Then he heard it again. Footsteps. The sound came from an upstairs apartment, but there was no one there. The windows were boarded up. How could someone have been walking around inside the house without breaking the windows? To this day, workers and even ghost hunters have heard these footsteps. Then there's the case of the shadow people. Shadow people are often described as dark, humanoid figures that appear at the edge of one's vision. They're always seen in photographs as well, appearing as dark blotches that shouldn't be there. They're considered to be negative energy entities that can bring misfortune to those who see them. In Tokaimura, shadow people have appeared in photographs taken at the nuclear power plant, most notably in pictures of the cooling tower. These images cannot be explained away by any conventional means and are genuinely frightening. Some of the ghost stories are more tragic than others. There's the ghost of a girl in a white dress who appears in photographs taken by ghost hunters. She stands quietly in the background with her back to the camera. She's always in the same place, standing next to a row of houses near the river. No one knows who she is, but they believe she's the ghost of a young woman who died during the evacuation. Her body was never recovered, and some believe she may have been left behind in the rush to leave. Even stranger is the story of the ghost cat. Cats are already considered to be supernatural creatures, especially black cats. They can sense things that humans can't, and they have 9 lives, or so the legend goes. During the investigation, a black cat appeared out of nowhere. No one knows where it came from or how it managed to survive the nuclear disaster, but some believe it's the ghost of a cat that belonged to one of the evacuated residents. The cat may have become radioactive itself, and that's why it hasn't been seen since. These stories and many more are documented in a book called Ghosts of Tokaimura, written by a journalist named Hiroki Shinoda. He visited the town and interviewed those who lived there and worked at the plant. He collected their stories and compiled them into the book, which was published in both Japanese and English. Shinobu himself experienced strange phenomena while researching the book, including hearing unexplained footsteps and seeing shadow people in photographs. So, what do you think? Are these ghost stories real, or are they simply the product of a radiation-addled imagination? Unfortunately, there's no way to know for sure. All we have are the stories themselves and the photographs, which could be real or fake. But if they are fake, why would someone go to all the trouble of faking them? The answer, of course, is that there's money to be made. Faking ghost stories isn't exactly a viable long-term career strategy. If you get caught, you'll never be able to make money writing non-fiction again. So why risk it? It seems much more likely that these ghost stories are real and that the tragedy of Tokimura has resulted in genuine hauntings. Perhaps the radiation somehow affected the fabric of reality, creating doorways between worlds. Or maybe it simply made the workers and townspeople more susceptible to psychic phenomena. Whatever the explanation, one thing is certain: the ghosts of Tokimura are real, and they're looking for answers. Have you ever driven down a dark road and seen a house with all of its curtains drawn? Maybe you were even brave enough to knock on the door, but no one answered. There's always that curiosity in the back of our minds. What is going on in that house? Is anyone home? And if so, who exactly is it? Well, today we're heading to Florida because there's a house there that has more than just curious onlookers stopping by. People have died here, some unexpectedly. Some say this house is cursed, others say it's simply haunted. But everyone agrees, you should stay away from it. This is the story of the Riddle House, Florida's paranormal nightmare. Before we get into the terrifying history of the Riddle House, I want to make sure you guys are subscribed. So hit that button and subscribe so you don't miss any new episodes. Also, stick around until the end because I have a creepy Easter egg for you. In 1884, Dr. John Riddle moved to Orange County, Florida with his wife and children after working as a physician in Kentucky. They purchased a prime piece of land on which to build their new life. It was here on the corner of West Church Street and North Mills Avenue where they constructed a two-story house. Dr. Riddle came from a long line of distinguished Southern gentlemen. In fact, his father was the first postmaster of Louisville, Kentucky. However, it seems the apple didn't fall far from the tree because Dr. Riddle would go on to become the first postmaster of Winter Park, Florida. Despite the house being built in 1884, it took a few years before Dr. Riddle and his family moved in. In the meantime, he opened up his medical practice downstairs. Eventually, the family moved into the home, and for many years it seemed like they had made the perfect life for themselves. The children grew up and married, and the Riddle House stood as a landmark on the corner of West Church Street and North Mills Avenue. But then tragedy struck. A fire tore through the house in 1903, burning it to the ground. All that was left standing was the brick facade, chimney, and one wall. Fortunately, the family was able to escape without injury. Rebuilding was not an option, or at least it wasn't immediately. There was still a mortgage on the property, and the Riddles couldn't afford to pay it. After sitting empty for several years, the bank eventually sold the house to Orlando businessman J. Walter Kingsbury. Kingsbury decided to renovate what was left of the structure and reopen it as a funeral home. He divided the building into 3 rooms, one for embalming, another for the casket storage, and a third for a chapel. To those passing by every day, it may have looked like a regular business. But what went on inside was anything but. It was here in the Riddle House that people received their final rites. Many saw this as an unfortunate situation since the home was apparently haunted. You see, while the fire may have taken the lives of the Riddle family, they never left. At least that's what the locals claimed. Some say when the fire started, the family huddled together and prayed. That brought peace to their souls, meaning they're unable to move on. Since then, the house has been known to shake violently during storms, and those who walk by claim they can feel the heat of the fire that burned it to the ground. Now, there's no real evidence to support these claims, but the locals didn't need evidence. They knew the house was haunted, and they warned Kingsbury not to open the funeral home there. Of course, he didn't listen. And when the doors opened in 1916, people began to notice strange things happening. At first, it was subtle, just whispers and shaking beds, but soon it became unbearable. People reported seeing full shadows moving about the building. They heard screams and moans coming from within. Sometimes the sound of a rocking chair would echo through the halls. Other times, the smell of lavender would suddenly fill the air. Not only did these supernatural events happen at night, they happened during the day, too. Customers of the funeral home reported being touched by an invisible force. Some even claimed to have been pushed down hallways and out the front door. One man swore he saw a little girl in a Victorian nightgown standing at the foot of a casket. Then she vanished. While some of these stories may seem unbelievable, it was these stories that led people to believe that the Riddle House was haunted. And as time went on, the hauntings got worse. One night, Kingsbury was awakened in his home across the street from the funeral home. He went to the window and saw a full-bodied apparition moving through the building. He watched as it floated up the stairs, then disappeared. Was it a ghost? Perhaps. Or maybe it was just someone trying to break into the funeral home. Regardless, he called the police and they found nothing. As the years passed, the funeral home continued to operate despite the hauntings. And then, in 1962, something incredible happened. A young woman named Geraldine Tyson walked into the funeral home. She introduced herself to the employees and told them she was looking for a job. They hired her on the spot, and she quickly became a valued member of the staff. It wasn't long before she began hearing strange noises. She would work late into the night and often stayed alone in the building. It was then she began to hear footsteps above her. At first, she thought it was mice, but when she investigated, she found nothing. She also noticed items moving about the room and sometimes even levitating. On one occasion, she was arranging flowers in the embalming room when a vase flew off the shelf and shattered on the floor. Another time, she was rolling a chair back when it suddenly moved forward and crashed into a table. But perhaps the strangest thing happened one night when she was closing up the funeral home for the night. As she walked up the stairs, she felt a strong push on her back. She turned around, but no one was there. Then she saw it, a translucent figure standing at the top of the staircase. She screamed and ran out of the building. When she turned to look back, the apparition was gone. She never saw it again, but she did talk to the ghost. She says, "I asked him why he was there, and he said he was just lonely." However, it wasn't just Tyson who experienced strange activity. Other employees did too. One man was hanging a picture when the nail went straight through the apparition. He could see right through the wall, while another employee was dusting when a book flew off the shelf and landed on her head. As time went on, more and more stories of hauntings came from the Riddle House. Even though it was no longer operating as a funeral home, the home continued to stand vacant, giving the ghosts free rein over the property. And then, in 1975, it was demolished. Those who lived nearby were happy to see the house torn down. After all, who wanted to live in a haunted house? But unfortunately, the spirits had become attached to the building and weren't willing to leave just yet. Demolishing the building didn't stop the haunting. It only made it worse. Now, instead of just the employees experiencing paranormal activity, the local residents did too. One woman was driving home late one night when she stopped at a red light at the intersection near the demolition site. As she waited for the light to turn green, she saw the ghost of a little girl walking through the intersection. The car behind her honked, but when the woman looked in her rearview mirror, she saw no one. Another driver reported seeing a white dog running across the street. When he stopped to investigate, he found no dog. These stories continued for several years until finally in 1984, the ground where the house once stood was excavated to make way for a parking lot. This would be the last construction project anyone would ever want to take on. Not only did they find human bones, animal bones, and pieces of the house, they also found the bodies of a cat and a dog buried beneath the foundation. It seemed as though the animals had been deliberately placed there, and there was only one conclusion. The ghost of the Riddle family had finally moved on. And with that, let's move on to our Easter egg. If you've been paying attention, you may have noticed I referred to the original owner as Dr. Riddle, but the funeral home was owned by J. Walter Kingsbury. Did Kingsbury kill the Riddle family and burn down his own house for insurance money? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Now go watch Most Haunted Places in America, or click this other video instead. But whatever you do, don't forget to subscribe. Ireland is known for its lush landscapes, rich culture, and of course its fair share of creepy things. From the infamous Kilmainham Jail to the haunting ruins of Leap Castle, the Emerald Isle is brimming with places that are sure to send shivers down your spine. And in today's video, we're diving deep into one such location, the infamous Leap Castle. This castle is considered one of the most haunted places in all of Ireland, if not the entire world. So, hold on to your broomsticks because we're about to embark on a journey through time to uncover the chilling secrets that lie within these ancient walls. Get ready to be spooked as we explore the dark history of Leap Castle and the restless spirits that continue to haunt it even today. Let's get started. Welcome to our channel, where we bring you the most amazing stories from around the world. Before we begin, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on future updates. And if you enjoy what you hear, please leave a like and share with your friends and family. Perched atop a windswept hill overlooking the River Brosna in County Offaly, Ireland, Leap Castle is a structure that seems to have been plucked straight out of a Gothic horror novel. Its imposing silhouette, etched against the moody Irish sky, is a testament to the turbulent times in which it was built. But it's what lies within these ancient walls that truly makes Leap Castle a place of infamy. Throughout history, there have been many castles that have stood as silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of humanity, yet few can claim to be as steeped in violence and tragedy as Leap Castle. As we step inside, we're immediately transported to a world of bloodshed and despair. The very stones seem to whisper tales of torment and suffering, leaving us with an eerie sense of foreboding. One of the most unsettling aspects of Leap Castle is the sheer volume of deaths that have occurred within its confines. It's said that over 3,000 people have lost their lives here, making it one of the most violent places in all of Ireland. The castle is literally saturated with the energy of those who have died here, and this palpable atmosphere of death and decay is what gives rise to the rumors of restless spirits. But what exactly happened at Leap Castle to warrant such a grim reputation? To truly appreciate the horrors that unfolded within its walls, we must travel back in time to the 13th century, when the O'Carroll clan first established their stronghold here. Over the years, the castle changed hands numerous times, each new owner adding their own layer of brutality and deceit. During the reign of the Anglo-Normans, Leap Castle became a scene of unspeakable atrocities, with prisoners being tortured and murdered without remorse. The dungeons were particularly notorious, with their damp, dark cells serving as a fitting punishment for those unfortunate enough to be confined there. In 1532, the castle played a pivotal role in the Anglo-Irish Wars, with English forces using it as a base of operations to subdue the Irish rebels. The ensuing battles resulted in a massacre, with hundreds of Irish civilians being slaughtered. And as the castle fell into disrepair, the ghosts of its victims began to linger, unable to find peace. But it wasn't until the 19th century that Leap Castle truly earned its reputation as one of the most haunted places in the world. During the Irish Rebellion of 1798, the castle was once again a site of bloodshed, as British troops loyal to King George III defended it against the rebels. Those who fell in the battle were said to have been buried in a mass grave beneath the castle, their souls forever trapped there. Today, visitors to Leap Castle report hearing the sounds of battle, with cannon fire and the screams of dying soldiers echoing through the halls. But the horrors of Leap Castle didn't end with the 18th century. During the 1920s, the castle was occupied by anti-treaty IRA forces, who used it as a base during the Irish Civil War. When the Free State Army eventually captured the castle, they executed several of the anti-treaty soldiers there, adding yet another chapter of violence to its already bloody history. In fact, the execution of these soldiers is said to have awakened a dormant evil within the castle, unleashing a wave of paranormal activity that has continued to this day. These tragic events have left an indelible mark on the castle's history, with many believing that the presence of so much death and violence has created a portal to the underworld. But what exactly makes Leap Castle so haunted? What is it about this place that has earned it the reputation of being one of the most haunted castles in the world? According to local legend, there are two primary factors that contribute to the castle's eerie reputation. First, the castle is built on a ley line, a purported pathway of energy that connects various sacred sites around the world. Ley lines are said to be a source of immense power, but they can also be a gateway to other dimensions or even the afterlife. Many believe that it's this ley line energy, combined with the castle's violent past, that creates the perfect conditions for paranormal activity to occur. Second, the construction of the castle itself is believed to have disturbed an ancient burial ground, further angering the spirits that reside there. The remains of those buried here are said to have been disturbed during the castle's construction, resulting in a curse that has plagued the castle ever since. As we delve deeper into the history of Leap Castle, we begin to understand that the true source of its haunting lies in the countless lives that have been lost there. From the medieval era to the 20th century, Leap Castle has seen its fair share of violence and tragedy, leaving behind an energy that continues to permeate its halls. Perhaps the most famous resident of Leap Castle is Lady Eleanor, the ghost of a young woman who is said to haunt the castle's library. Legend has it that she was the daughter of the castle as 13th century owner, and that she fell in love with a visiting nobleman. When her father discovered their relationship, he had the nobleman murdered and then locked his daughter in the library where she starved to death. Today, visitors report seeing the apparition of Lady Eleanor, complete with a spectral dog who is said to be her loyal companion. She is often seen wandering the library, searching for the soul of her lost love. But Lady Eleanor is far from the only spirit that calls Leap Castle home. There are said to be at least 17 ghosts that roam the castle, each with their own tragic story to tell. The most terrifying of these apparitions is the Bloody Baron, the ghost of a brutal lord who is said to appear as a shadowy figure dragging himself closer and closer to the door of the East Tower. As he draws nearer, his moans can be heard throughout the castle, warning visitors of the terrible fate that awaits them. Other ghosts include the Phantom Piper, a musician who was hired to play for a party in the Great Hall, but never left his post even after death, and the Grey Lady, a former servant who was burned at the stake for practicing witchcraft. Some visitors have even reported hearing disembodied voices whispering their names or having their hair and clothing touched by unseen hands. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these ghost stories is the tales of those who have tried to lay them to rest. One particularly harrowing story involves a ghost hunter named Derek Amato, who entered the castle's chapel in search of the truth behind its haunting. As he descended into the crypt, he heard chains dragging metal moans and felt an icy cold grip on his shoulder. When he turned to look, he saw a horrifying sight, the specter of a cloaked man dragging himself closer and closer. Terrified, Derek fled the chapel and never looked back. Since then, no one has dared to venture into the crypt, leaving the ghosts of Leap Castle free to roam the castle grounds undisturbed. So, what should you do if you find yourself at Leap Castle and encounter one of its many ghosts? According to local lore, the best course of action is to simply ignore them. If you acknowledge the ghost or try to interact with it, you may just invite it to follow you home. Over the centuries, the legends and myths surrounding Leap Castle have only grown, leading some to dismiss them as mere superstition. However, there are those who believe that the castle's haunting is all too real, and while there is no concrete evidence to support these claims, there are enough eerie accounts and unexplained phenomena to keep the rumors alive. Leap Castle is a place where history comes alive in the most spine-chilling ways possible. It's a testament to the turbulent past of Ireland and a reminder of the countless lives that have been lost to violence and tragedy. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, there's something undeniably haunting about this ancient structure and its restless spirits. If you ever find yourself in Ireland, a visit to Leap Castle is a must. Just be sure to come prepared for a night you won't soon forget. We hope you enjoyed learning more about the haunted Leap Castle. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up and leave us some love in the comments section. We're always looking for ways to improve our videos, and your feedback helps us do just that. Plus, subscribing will ensure that you never miss out on our future adventures. Thanks for joining us on this journey through history. Until next time, stay safe and keep an eye out for those pesky ghosts. Ah, yes, the Stanley Hotel. Where do I even begin with this one? This is one of my absolute favorite stories because it has everything I love in a horror story. A remote location, a mysterious hotel, ghosts, and of course, a little bit of blood. In today's episode, we are going to talk about the very real-life events that inspired Stephen King to write The Shining, and made filmmakers choose this particular place as the Overlook Hotel. But before we get into it, if you like my content, which I hope you do, and you want to help me keep making more of it, the best way you can do that is to support me through a membership platform. I have some really cool perks over there, including blooper reels, behind-the-scenes content, and even live streams. So if you're interested, check out the link down below in the description, or you can click the join button in this video. You can also subscribe to my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes a day after they come out here. I will be linking that down below as well. And lastly, if you want to see a new side of me, check out my social media where I post all sorts of things including selfies and videos and stories and random stuff. Again, that'll be down below. So thank you guys so much for watching and supporting me, and let's get into it. So, in the early 1970s, Stephen King was having trouble coming up with ideas for his next book. He had written and published 2 novels, Carrie and Salem's Lot, but now he was having trouble finding inspiration. His wife, Tabitha, was the one who suggested that they take a trip to the mountains of Colorado. She had heard good things about a place called the Stanley Hotel and wanted to go check it out. When they arrived at the hotel, it was obvious that this place had a lot of character. Built in 1909 by Freeland Oscar Stanley, one of the co-founders of the Stanley Steamer Company, the hotel is located just outside of Estes Park, Colorado, and overlooked the beautiful Rocky Mountains. Despite its stunning appearance, though, business was slow. The Stanleys decided to close the hotel for the winter season and reopen it in the spring. But before they could do that, the harsh mountain winters damaged the building, and the hotel remained closed. It wasn't until 1913 that the hotel finally opened to guests. Unfortunately, it wouldn't stay open for long. In 1922, Flossie Stanley died, and her husband and business partner, Freeland, died not even a year later. With the hotel now in the hands of the Stanley family, the management of the hotel fell to their son, who proved to be incompetent and unprepared for such a big responsibility. In an effort to save the failing business, he sold the hotel in 1924 to the Broadmoor Hotel Company. Throughout the years, the ownership of the hotel changed several times until it finally landed in the hands of the current owners, John and Eva Cox. It was during the winter of 1974 that Stephen King and his wife checked into room 217. As soon as the sun went down, the entire hotel went pitch black. Because of a power outage, they were the only guests staying in the hotel that night. This gave King and his wife the eerie feeling that they had the entire place to themselves. They spent the evening writing and drinking until they went to bed. In the middle of the night, though, King woke up to what sounded like screams in the hallway. Although he never saw anything, the experience freaked him out so much that he and his wife left the hotel the following morning without checking out. Back at home, King found himself thinking a lot about the strange sounds he had heard in the middle of the night. And so he sat down to write a story about a caretaker at an isolated hotel who goes insane. The story would become the novel The Shining. King would later say that while he didn't experience anything paranormal during his stay at the Stanley Hotel, the isolation and quiet of the place was enough to freak him out. He wrote in his nonfiction book, Danse Macabre, quote, "There was nothing really supernatural about the place, although it did seem to have a strong personality. It was the isolation that got to us. There was something very frightening about that. But there were still some elements of the hotel that inspired aspects of the story. For example, there is a boiler room in the basement of the hotel which inspired the hedge maze from the story. The carpet in room 217 also inspired the carpet in the hallway of the Overlook Hotel. And there is even a secret passageway behind the third base door in the hotel's restaurant that connects to room 217, which was also depicted in the film version of the story. The hallway outside of room 217 also closely resembles the hallway depicted in the film. These elements of the hotel, combined with the feeling of isolation and dread that King experienced during his stay, created the perfect setting for the story he had in mind. Now, although King never experienced anything paranormal during his stay, the Stanley Hotel does have quite a reputation for being haunted. One of the most famous ghosts is that of a little girl named Elmira. She is often seen walking the halls or playing with other children who died at the hotel. Guests have also reported hearing the sound of children laughing and playing in the hallways, as well as seeing their apparitions. Some have even claimed to have been touched or pushed by an unseen force. There are also reports of a woman named Flora Stanley, who was one of the original owners of the hotel, along with her husband, F.O. Stanley. She is said to haunt the second floor of the hotel, where she checks on the guests to make sure they are enjoying their stay. Then there is the ghost of a maid who is said to walk the third floor. She is often seen carrying a bucket and a mop. Sometimes guests have even reported hearing the sound of mopping coming from the third floor, even though no one is up there. There's also the ghost of a former chef who died in the basement kitchen. He is often seen carrying a meat cleaver, and guests have reported hearing the sound of him chopping vegetables in the kitchen. The most recent addition to the list is the ghost of a bellman who died in a car accident while on duty. He is often seen pushing luggage carts in the hallways. Guests have reported seeing the ghosts of these people and hearing strange noises throughout the hotel. Some have even claimed to have been touched or pushed by an unseen force. The Stanley Hotel is even said to be the inspiration for Stephen King's novel, The Shining. In fact, when King and his wife stayed at the hotel, they were the only guests there, and they spent the entire first night alone in total darkness because the power was out. They were staying in room 217, which is said to be haunted by the ghost of a little girl named Elmira. According to legend, Elmira drowned in the hotel's indoor pool. Her ghost is said to appear to guests as a little girl in a Victorian nightgown. King was so creeped out by the whole experience that he and his wife left without even checking out the next morning. He would later use the experience as inspiration for his novel The Shining, which was later adapted into a film by Stanley Kubrick. And speaking of adaptations, the Stanley Hotel isn't the only place that has tried to capitalize off of its connection to The Shining. Several other places around the country have tried to market themselves as the real-life Overlook Hotel, but none have been as successful as the Stanley. The Stanley Hotel has embraced its connection to The Shining and has even opened up a museum dedicated to the film. The museum features props and costumes from the film, as well as a recreation of the hedge maze. The hotel has also hosted several events related to The Shining, including a yearly festival called Shining Days. During Shining Days, fans of the book and film come together to celebrate all things Shining at the Stanley Hotel. They can attend screenings of the film, meet and greets with cast members, as well as other events. The Stanley Hotel is truly a unique destination for fans of The Shining and anyone who loves all things horror. With its rich history and alleged paranormal activity, it is no wonder that it continues to be one of the most popular places to visit for fans of the genre. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the Stanley Hotel is definitely worth a visit. Just be sure to stay in room 217 if you want to experience all the creepy vibes that inspired Stephen King to write The Shining. Thank you guys for watching. If you liked this video, please leave me a like and a comment down below. Also, don't forget to check out the podcast and join the membership platform. I will see you next time. This is the scariest place on Earth, and it's covered with dolls. If you think that's freaky, just wait till you see what happens when people try to leave. Welcome back. I'm here. This is the Mexican island of dolls, a nightmare in the canals. The island is known locally as Isla de las Muñecas, which translates to Island of the Dolls. It's located in Mexico's southernmost state of Chiapas, not too far from the Guatemalan border. In 2014, the island was named one of the most haunted places in the world by the Travel Channel. Some say the island is cursed. Others claim that it's home to a portal to hell. I mean, just look at the place. Do you really need any more convincing? The island is surrounded by canals and covered with thousands upon thousands of dolls. They hang from trees, they peer out from behind bushes, they lurk inside the canals. Their blank eyes seem to follow your every move. What makes the dolls even creepier is that they all appear to be possessed. They aren't mannequins. You can tell by their torn clothes, tangled hair, and dirt-caked bodies. These are clearly once precious playthings that were abandoned, or maybe even sacrificed. But how did they get to the island, and why? Some say the island is cursed. Others claim that it's home to a portal to hell. Well, there may be something to these rumors because since the 1990s, no one has been allowed to leave the island once they've stepped foot on its cursed soil. People who try to leave are never seen again. Or, so legend has it. Now, this haunting might be rooted in reality, but unfortunately we can't confirm that because outside of the stories told by locals, there's very little documentation of the island and its curse. There are barely any photos either, so all we have to go off of is pure speculation. That being said, there's one story about the island that I just had to share with you, and it all started when the island's caretaker vanished without a trace. It's believed that the dolls were originally used in a satanic ritual. The story goes like this. There was a caretaker for the island many years ago, a man who looked after the property and made sure everything stayed in tip-top shape. One day, he disappeared, and no one knows what happened to him. His name was Julian. He was in charge of burning all the candles that adorned the island's many statues. And one night he failed to return with new candles. He went into town to buy more, but he never came back. He was never seen again. Then, one morning, his skeleton was found floating in the canals, right where the entrance to the island lay. His bones were stuck together like glue. Then some strange doll parts washed up on shore, including a porcelain hand holding an axe. This was when people began to believe that the island was cursed. It was then that legends of sacrificed children began circulating throughout the small town near the island. They said that Julian had gone into town to buy candles for the statues on the island, but instead he purchased items for a satanic ritual. That's when the devil claimed his soul and trapped him on the island forever. To this day, people believe that Julian's spirit walks the island at night looking for revenge. What's really sad is that Julian isn't the only spirit that haunts the island. It's believed that the island is also the final resting place of two young lovers who drowned in the canals after their boat capsized. The spirits of the couple are said to linger around the canals, reaching out to any boats that pass by, trying to drag them down into the water. And if that weren't enough, some say the island is also home to the spirit of an old witch who lives in the tallest tree on the island and uses her magic to lure unsuspecting tourists away from their groups and into the canals. She supposedly transforms herself into different animals to fool her prey. Once she has them isolated, she lures them into the canals, where she traps them forever. Now, luckily, there aren't any records of anyone drowning on the island, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. After all, the island's caretaker, the two lovers, and the witch are only some of the spirits said to roam the island. There's also the ghost of a girl in a Victorian nightgown who walks the island's many paths at night. It's rumored that she reaches out to travelers, offering them comfort and guidance, only to lead them astray and cause them to lose their way. And, as if that weren't enough, the island is also home to a boy who wanders the island at night. He can often be heard crying. Locals say he was once a living child who drowned in the canals, but his spirit still lingers nearby, searching for his lost love. Then there's the ghost of an old woman who's said to haunt the island's main path. It's believed that she was burned at the stake for practicing witchcraft, but her spirit still roams the island, waiting for revenge. These are just some of the ghosts that are said to haunt the island. And if you're wondering why so many people drown, well, it's because the island is surrounded by canals, which are also full of very real crocodiles. Yeah, that's right. The canals are home to a number of large reptiles who are always hungry for fresh meat. All of these stories are enough to freak anyone out, but they're especially scary to those who visit the island. Because since the 1990s, no one has been allowed to leave the island once they've stepped foot on its cursed soil. Instead, they find themselves trapped there forever. No one knows why this is happening or how to escape the island's curse, but many believe that the only way off is through the portal to hell. Now, while there's no concrete evidence that any of this is true, it certainly makes for an interesting story. Who knows? Maybe there is a portal to hell on the island, or maybe it's just a figment of everyone's imaginations. Either way, though, it's safe to say that the island is definitely cursed. After all, how else can you explain the fact that no one's been able to leave since 1990? I guess if you ever find yourself on this island, you better watch your step because you never know what might happen. For example, you could be walking through the canals and suddenly feel a sharp pain in your leg. Then you look down and see a crocodile trying to bite your foot off. Or you could be exploring the island and suddenly hear the sound of screams in the distance, even though no one's there. Or maybe you could be wandering through the jungle and suddenly see a ghostly figure standing in front of you. Whatever happens, though, just remember one thing. Don't look back. Because if you do, you just might find yourself trapped on the island forever. But what do you think? Is there any truth to the legend of the Island of the Dolls? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're down there, be sure to give this video a thumbs up. That would really help us out. And don't forget to subscribe for more creepypasta stories. Thanks for watching. I'm here. Stay safe. Florida is known for many things, including its world-famous beaches, delicious oranges, and, of course, manatees. But one thing that it's also known for are ghost stories. In fact, Florida is full of them. There are ghosts everywhere from St. Augustine to Key West and even Orlando. These ghosts can be found haunting old buildings, graveyards, or in some cases, toys. In today's video, we're going to take a look at one of those cursed objects, specifically a doll named Robert. This is the story of Robert the Doll, Key West's haunted toy. Robert Eugene Otto was born on January 5, 1906. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, and grew up in an upper-middle-class family. His parents were George and Catherine Otto, and he had two siblings, a brother and sister. They lived at 237 West 11th Street. When Robert was around 4 years old, his family moved to a large home at 641 West 15th Street. It was here that Robert developed a fondness for the occult. While living in this house, he would perform seances with his friends, attempting to contact spirits with a Ouija board. One day, while playing with a friend, Robert invited a spirit into the house. He apparently became possessed after this, displaying behaviors such as speaking in different voices, moving objects with his mind, and shaking beds. His mother took him to see a priest who performed an exorcism. And while it seemed to work at first, soon Robert was performing the same activities again. As time went on, he began attending school, but was eventually forced to drop out due to his erratic behavior. He had become quite violent, attacking teachers and students, and was committed to a psychiatric hospital where he died on December 21, 1920. The cause of death was listed as bronchial pneumonia. He was only 14 years old, but there's a twist to this tale. According to legend, Robert didn't die. Instead, he possessed the body of a doll. After Robert died, his family stuffed his body inside the cloth doll and hid it in the attic of their house. For a while, nothing happened, But soon, strange things started to occur. People reported hearing the sound of footsteps and voices coming from the attic. Sometimes they would find objects that had been moved or broken. Occasionally, they would see the doll sitting in different rooms around the house. One night, the family was awakened by a crash in the middle of the night. When they went to investigate, they found the doll at the top of the stairs. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. In 1974, the house was sold, and the new owner found the doll in the attic. She didn't know anything about its history and simply placed it in her own home. However, she soon regretted this decision. It wasn't long before things started happening around the doll. People reported seeing it move by itself. At one point, the woman's daughter touched the doll and immediately ran to hide in the bathroom. She told her mother that Robert was trying to get her. The mother thought this was just a childish fantasy until she experienced something herself. One night, she was writing at her desk when she heard footsteps approaching. She turned to see the doll slowly moving closer. It was like it was alive. Then, right before her eyes, it stood up and walked out of the room. She took the doll to a priest who supposedly blessed it, but this did not stop its movement. One day, she was taking a bath when she heard someone sit down on the edge of the tub. She turned to see the doll staring directly at her. It was then that she knew the doll was haunted and that the ghost of Robert Eugene Otto was inside. She decided to get rid of the doll once and for all, placing it in a plastic bag and burying it in her backyard. But Robert was not done yet. Not long after, the woman was awakened in the middle of the night by scratching at her window. When she looked outside, she saw the doll sitting on her lawn. She went to pick it up, but as she reached for it, it disappeared. Soon, it began showing up all over the yard, moving from place to place like it had a mind of its own. The woman's son later revealed that he had seen the doll move across the lawn one night. He described it as being like a frog that hops. Eventually, it disappeared, and when the woman went to look for it, she never found it again. For a while, everyone thought Robert was gone, but he returned. In 1991, the house was purchased by artist Robin Moore Wilson. She later told reporters that she never believed in ghosts until she met Robert. Like the previous owner, Wilson had no idea that the doll was cursed. That is until she experienced strange phenomena firsthand. Shortly after she bought the house, she noticed that her paint was peeling off the walls and that mirrors were shattering for no reason. But the most disturbing things happened at night. Sometimes she would wake up to hear whispers in her ear. Other times she would feel the sensation of someone sitting on the bed. Once she was awakened by a shaking and turned to see the doll standing next to her. Its eyes were wide open and staring straight ahead. One night, she was awakened to the sound of footsteps. She followed the noise to the back of the house where she saw the doll sitting on the floor. It was facing the front door, which had been left wide open. Frightened, Wilson picked up the doll and closed the door. But this only seemed to agitate Robert further. That night, the doll was found hanging from a shelf with a noose made of rope around its neck. Wilson would eventually come to believe that Robert was trying to possess her. So she packed the doll in a box and shipped it off to New Orleans to be put in a haunted museum. However, it seems that Robert had other plans. He was never actually delivered to the museum. Instead, he was stolen from the shipping company. Whoever took him planned to sell him to a private collector for $1 million. But once again, Robert showed that he didn't want to be confined to a box. The person who stole him soon began experiencing strange events. He was plagued by nightmares and began losing weight. He later told police that Robert wouldn't let him sleep. He could hear scratching sounds coming from the box, and sometimes he would even feel breathing on his neck. He soon brought the doll to a priest, but even he couldn't help. On October 18, 1995, the FBI raided the man's house. They were searching for stolen property and soon discovered Robert. Apparently, the man had more than just dolls in his house. He also had stolen movie props and other cursed items. When the FBI agents picked up the doll, it suddenly became very heavy. Then it began scratching and growling like an animal. They quickly set it down. The man was arrested, but the doll was returned to Wilson. She once again put it in a box and tried to ship it off, but it never arrived at its destination. Some people say that Robert's soul is tied to the house at 641 West 15th Street and that he cannot leave. Others say that he simply travels wherever his power is strongest. There have been several reports of Robert's sightings since. A local Key West resident claims to have seen the doll in a home on Southard Street. Others have seen it in antique stores and gift shops. Some say they have even seen it roaming freely around the streets. Many people claim that Robert has a vendetta against anyone who owns the doll. If you disrespect him, he will make your life miserable with scratches, bites, and even broken bones. The only way to escape his wrath is to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Of course, these are just stories, but it raises the question, should you ever mess with a haunted doll? After all, you never know what kind of spirits might be inside. So, what do you think? Is Robert really haunted, or is this all just a story? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're there, be sure to like and subscribe. And if you want to watch more of my videos, just click the link in the card. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Imagine walking through an ancient fortress, feeling the weight of its history pressing down on you from all sides. Now imagine that history coming to life in the form of strange noises, shadows, and even apparitions. Welcome to the Castle of Good Hope, one of the most haunted places in South Africa. This imposing structure is not just a tourist attraction. It's a portal to another time, a time when the air was thick with gunpowder, the sea was filled with daring pirates, and the earth trembled with the rumble of cannons. Today, we explore the spine-tingling tales that make this castle a must-visit destination for those seeking a good scare. But before we delve into these haunting narratives, let's take a moment to appreciate the grandeur of the castle itself. Built in 1666 at the tip of the Cape Peninsula, it was one of the earliest European buildings in South Africa. Its sturdy stone walls served as a bulwark against invaders, a shelter for weary travelers, and a prison for those who dared defy the colonial rulers. Now, as we step inside this historic landmark, the whispers of the past begin to envelop us. Our journey begins in the guardhouse where spectral sentries are said to patrol. Can you feel their ghostly presence beside you? Imagine the creak of floorboards under their spectral boots, the rustle of their uniforms in the night air, and the faint echo of their voices barking orders that only the wind can hear. Are you brave enough to venture into the guard room? Here, the ghosts of 2 guards are said to linger. They appear as translucent figures in their old-fashioned uniforms, complete with tall hats and feathered plumes. Some have even captured their images on camera, only to find the photos mysteriously ruined the next day. What secrets do these silent sentinels hold? And why do they continue to guard the castle even in death? Moving deeper into the fortress, we come across the long-term prison cells, a place where despair and confinement were the norm. Picture the dank walls adorned with graffiti from prisoners who carved their hopes and sorrows into the stone. The flickering lantern light casts long shadows that dance ominously on the cell walls, making it feel like your worst nightmare. In one particular cell, known as the X-ray room, the spirit of a prisoner named Simon van der Stel is said to reside. He was locked up here in the early 1800s, and his cries for freedom still echo through the halls. Some visitors have reported hearing chains dragging metal moans and disembodied footsteps in this very room, as if the restless spirit is trying to break free from his earthly bonds. But Van der Stoel isn't the only prisoner whose spirit remains behind. In the dungeons beneath the castle, the air grows heavy with the scent of decay and suffering. Here, criminals and political prisoners were held in the most inhumane conditions. The dim oil lamp hanging from the ceiling casts an eerie glow on the damp stone walls, revealing faded scars of the past. In these dark and claustrophobic chambers, stories of torture and despair come to life. The ghost of a woman named Rachel is said to haunt the dungeon steps. She is often seen by visitors, and her mournful presence lingers like a shroud over the prisoners below. As the legends go, Rachel was the wife of a British officer who had a tragic end. One fateful night she fell ill while attending a party in the castle and soon after gave birth to her child. Tragically, both Rachel and her baby passed away, and her spirit is believed to be forever bound to the castle, searching for peace. But the castle's haunting doesn't end at the dungeons. As dusk begins to fall, the entire fortress takes on a different atmosphere. The setting sun casts long shadows that twist and turn, resembling gnarled fingers reaching out from the walls. The wind whispers through the battlements, carrying with it the mournful cries of those who lost their lives within the castle's confines. One of the most terrifying spots is the parade ground. This vast open space was once the scene of military drills and executions. Today, visitors have reported witnessing ghostly soldiers marching and even standing in formation on the parade ground. Their spectral uniforms and the glint of their ghostly weapons send shivers down the spine. Imagine the thunderous boom of cannons echoing across the Cape Town. Then picture the sight of ghostly sailors manning the cannons, firing upon an unseen enemy. And then there's the Blue Room, a place where the past comes alive in the form of disembodied footsteps, whispers, and even full-bodied apparitions. The origins of this haunting are deeply rooted in history. During the castle's heyday, the Blue Room served as a living quarters for the governor's wife, a prominent figure in colonial society. Her name was Katharina Rawl, and she was a victim of her time. When her husband, the governor, passed away unexpectedly, she found herself entangled in a web of deceit and scandal. Rumors swirled that she had played a role in her husband's demise, leading to her ultimate exile from Cape Town. Though banished, Catalina's spirit is believed to have remained within the castle walls, forever mourning the loss of her social standing. Visitors to the Blue Room have reported experiencing a sudden drop in temperature, as if a cold wind has swept through the room despite having no open windows or doors. They also recount hearing the sound of a woman's voice softly weeping or humming a mournful tune. Some have even had the unsettling experience of seeing the apparition of a woman dressed in 17th century attire standing by the window, gazing out over the courtyard with an air of deep melancholy. But the most spine-chilling legend of the Castle of Good Hope is the story of the Grey Lady. Her name was Helena Abrahams, and her story is one of intrigue, betrayal, and an untimely demise. She lived during the 19th century, a time when the castle had been converted into a military hospital. Helena worked as a nurse, tending to the wounded and sick soldiers with unwavering dedication. However, her path crossed with that of a high-ranking British officer, and their relationship soon became the talk of the town. Gossip spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the jealous and power-hungry matron, Elizabeth Thompson. Driven by envy and a thirst for control, Thompson devised a plan to get rid of Helena. She falsely accused Helena of stealing valuable items from the hospital, causing her to be arrested and confined within the very castle she once served. Helena spent her final days imprisoned in the Salt House, a small detached building near the castle's entrance. She was denied proper treatment and left to languish in a dark, dank cell. Eventually, her health deteriorated rapidly, and she passed away, leaving behind a legacy of heartbreak and unanswered questions. Did Thompson genuinely believe the false accusations, or was it all a cunning ruse for power? Why did Helena's spirit remain trapped in the castle after her untimely demise? One evening, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the castle grounds, a group of visitors stood gathered near the Salt House. Suddenly, one of them gasped, pointing to the top floor of the building. There, standing at the window as if bidding farewell to the fading daylight, was a translucent figure. The apparition of the Grey Lady, clad in a flowing gray gown, seemed to materialize before their eyes. For a fleeting moment, she turned towards them, her face obscured by the darkness of her hood, before vanishing silently back into the shadows. If you ever visit the Castle of Good Hope, remember to keep an eye out for her. But the Grey Lady isn't the only spirit that makes regular appearances. As night falls, the entire castle comes alive with paranormal activity. The ramparts become a stage for ghostly dramas, and the echoes of battle are heard in the night. Visitors have reported seeing entire companies of soldiers marching through the courtyard, their spectral forms disappearing into thin air as quickly as they appeared. Some seek solace in the chapel, but even here, the supernatural manifests itself. The flickering candlelight reveals ghostly faces in the stained glass windows, and the air grows thick with the scent of incense and the sound of disembodied prayers. It is as though the castle itself is reaching out from its grave to share its secrets with those who dare to listen. There are many more chilling tales to tell, each more captivating than the last. As you explore this historic landmark, you'll discover that every corner holds a new mystery, every wall a new story. The castle isn't just a relic of the past, it's a living testament to the human condition. What do you think about the Castle of Good Hope? Would you dare spend a night there? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to stay tuned for more thrilling historical tales. What is the most haunted house in Australia? Is it the old Melbourne jail, the former prison that's now home to over 30 ghosts, or the Leighton House Museum in Sydney, where visitors have reported hearing ghostly footsteps and phantom piano music? Or perhaps it's the Monte Cristo homestead. Built by one of Australia's wealthiest families, this grand estate was once the site of untold riches, but now it is known only for its dark history of death and tragedy. Join us today as we look at the cursed mansion that has become Australia's most haunted house. In the early 19th century, John Fairfax was the editor of the Sydney Gazette, one of the first newspapers in Australia. He would go on to establish the Sydney Morning Herald, which still circulates today. As his career blossomed, so did his wealth, and he purchased land on the banks of the Hunter River in New South Wales, where he built himself a grand estate in 1862. The house boasted 50 rooms and took just 2 years to complete. However, the family didn't live there for long, as they sold it just 7 years later, after the new owners found out how their predecessors had made their money. You see, John Fairfax had been bribed to print pro-government articles in his newspaper, and when the government changed in 1856, he was exposed and forced to sell his house in order to pay off his debts. The second owner of the property was Sir Henry Parkes, who had been friends with the original owner. However, he, too, would soon be forced to sell. When he purchased the house, the price was equivalent to about $4.5 million in today's money, but within a few years, he was forced to put it up for sale again. Parkes had plans to demolish the house and subdivide the land, but when he realized just how expensive it would be to do so, he abandoned those plans and instead sold it to a wealthy businessman named Christopher Rolfe. While Christopher loved the house, he could not afford the upkeep and the rates, and so he rented it out to various families while he lived elsewhere. Over time, the house fell into disrepair and became the laughingstock of the neighborhood. In 1894, it was said to resemble a rundown mental asylum, and a local author even wrote a story about it for the Bulletin magazine. This story helped to turn the house into a local legend. After years of unsuccessful attempts to rent out the house, Christopher finally sold it in 1905 for the bargain price of £2,500, the modern-day equivalent of about $500,000. The buyer was a former politician named James Christie, who planned to convert the mansion into a school for boys. However, it wasn't long before rumors began circulating about the house being haunted. It's believed that this all started after a new caretaker moved in, having been recommended by a friend of the previous owner. The caretaker knew that the house had a reputation for being haunted, and so he decided to play into it. He told the boys that the house was indeed haunted, and then went around at night making regular spooky noises. The boys quickly believed him, and the local newspapers picked up on the story. Soon, everyone was talking about the haunted house. Despite the rumors, business boomed for the school, and James was happy with the arrangement. However, everything changed in 1912 when one of the students died in mysterious circumstances. The boy had been playing with some of his friends near the stables when he suddenly collapsed and died. Of course, the caretaker blamed ghosts, claiming that the poor boy had been playing in an area known for paranormal activity. This led to the school closing down in 1913. James tried to reopen it a year later, but the damage had already been done, and no one wanted to send their children to the haunted school. So it sat empty until 1924, when it was bought by a woman named Helen Albury Nicholson. Helen had lost her husband and 3 children in the war, and she saw the house as a chance to start a new life. She also brought with her a love of animals, and so she converted the stables into a hospital for sick and injured horses. She then opened the house to paying guests, hoping to make enough money to cover the cost of the stable. However, she was unaware that the house came with more than just boarded-up windows and overgrown gardens. It didn't take long for Helen to experience something strange in the house. She was awakened one night by what sounded like a small child crying at the top of the stairs. She then began to hear regular footsteps and voices throughout the house, as well as smelling the phantom scent of cigar smoke. Tragedy struck again in 1927, when Helen's brother, Frederick, was staying in the house while visiting from England. He had come to see his sister and enjoy the beautiful Australian countryside, but he never got the chance. While walking near the riverbank, he disappeared without a trace. His body would eventually be found 2 months later in a nearby creek, but no one knows how he died. Some say he was murdered, while others believe that he fell into the water and drowned. Either way, it's believed that his ghost still haunts the house today. In 1931, Helen's niece, Dorothy, visited the house and experienced some paranormal activity of her own. She was writing in her room one night when she heard footsteps pacing back and forth on the other side of the door. She also saw the apparition of a little girl in a Victorian nightgown standing at the end of her bed. Not long after this, Helen passed away, and in 1939, the house was bought by a couple named Claude and Elizabeth. Despite the rumors about the house, the couple were excited to make it their home. They had no plans to renovate, instead seeing the potential of the overgrown gardens. But it didn't take long for them to realize that owning the Monte Cristo homestead came with some very real problems. That's because the house was experiencing more paranormal activity than ever before. Visitors reported seeing full-bodied ghosts, hearing phantom piano music, and even experiencing disembodied touch. It was even said that an author was so spooked during a writing session that he ripped up his notes and left the house immediately. Determined to find answers, the new owners delved into the house history and discovered that many of the deaths had occurred near the spot where they were living. They also learned of the tragic tale of Frederick Albury and began to suspect that he was behind the paranormal activity. Over time, the hauntings grew more intense, and the couple began to fear for their safety. Claude was writing in his study one night when he felt a cold spot suddenly appear next to him. When he turned to see what was there, he saw the specter of an old man standing right next to him. Claude was so shocked that he fell backwards out of his chair. Although he was unharmed, he never returned to that room again. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was experiencing something similar in the bedroom. One night she woke up to the sound of a man humming loudly outside the window. When she looked out, however, she saw nothing but darkness. Then she began to feel a strong presence in the room, along with the smell of stale cigar smoke. She then began to see the ghost of a man pacing back and forth inside the room. She would later describe him as tall and thin, with a mustache and a goatee. The couple would go on to experience many more terrifying incidents and eventually fled the house, never to return. After the couple left, the house stayed mostly empty for several decades. However, it wasn't abandoned entirely. In 1969, part of the house was converted into a museum, while another part was used as a private residence. In recent years, the house has opened to the public for ghost tours, and it's now believed to be Australia's most haunted house. Have you ever visited the Monte Cristo homestead? If so, do you believe that it's really haunted? Let us know your thoughts below. And, as always, thanks for watching. If you are easily frightened, do not watch this video, especially at night. It is about one of the scariest places on Earth, and even though it's just an island, it has been given a much bigger reputation than it deserves. So today we will talk about the scary island that's forbidden to visit. But before we get into everything, please hit that like button for more videos. Let's go. Number 10. The island's history. Poveglia is an island near Venice in Italy. It is part of the Venetian lagoon, and since 1778 it has been used as a quarantine zone or lazaretto for ships arriving from Asia, Africa, and the Americas. During the Middle Ages, it was common for people to come down with diseases while traveling abroad, and many of these illnesses were deadly. When ships arrived at the port of Venice, they would be inspected, and if any sickness was found aboard, the ship would be quarantined until everyone who came down with the illness was dead. This included crew members and passengers alike. Poveglia became known as one of the most haunted islands in the world when it was used as a plague quarantine zone during the 18th century. It is said that over 160,000 people died there from the bubonic plague and other diseases. In the mid-19th century, Poveglia was used as an insane asylum. It is said that some of the patients were tortured and experimented on by the doctors. In the early 20th century, Poveglia was used as a prison for criminals and political prisoners. It is said that many people were killed or disappeared while imprisoned on the island. From 1968 onwards, Poveglia was used as a hospital for people with infectious diseases such as tuberculosis and leprosy. It is said that thousands of people died in the hospital and that some of them were buried alive. Number 9. The island's name. Poveglia is an island in the Venetian lagoon in northern Italy. The island is located about 1 mile from the mainland, and it covers an area of around 4.5 square kilometers. It has a population of around 1,000 people who live there permanently. The name Poveglia comes from the Latin word for poor or pauper. The island was originally used as a place to quarantine poor people who had come down with diseases while traveling abroad. The island was also used as a workhouse and a prison. Number 8. The quarantine zone. Today, the island of Poveglia is part of Venice and it's open to the public. However, there are certain areas of the island that are off-limits due to safety concerns. One of these areas is the old quarantine zone where thousands of people died from the plague and other diseases. The quarantine zone is located on the north side of the island, and it consists of a number of buildings that were used to isolate and treat sick people. The buildings are now in a state of disrepair, and they are not open to the public. There is also a cemetery on the island where many of the people who died in the quarantine zone were buried. The cemetery is located on the south side of the island, and it contains a number of mass graves. The graves are not marked, and it is not known how many people are buried there. Number 7. Asylum. Poveglia was used as an asylum from 1850 to 1922. It is said that the asylum was a horrible place and that the patients were treated like animals. Many of the patients were chained up and locked away in dark rooms. They were given no food or water, and they were left to die. Some of the patients escaped from the asylum and they lived in the caves on the island. These caves are still there today, but they are not open to the public. Number 6. Hospital. From 1922 to 1968, Poveglia was used as a hospital for people with infectious diseases. It is said that the hospital was overcrowded and that the patients were not given proper medical care. Many people died in the hospital, and it is said that some of them were buried alive. Number 5. Legend of the Screaming Lady. One of the most famous legends associated with the island is the story of the Screaming Lady. It is said that there is a woman who haunts the island and she can be heard screaming at night. The story goes that the woman was a patient in the asylum and she was killed by the doctors. Her body was then thrown into the sea, but her spirit was left on the island. Some say that the woman's spirit is still there because she was never given a proper burial. Others say that she is still on the island because she is waiting for revenge against the doctors who killed her. Gnome. 4. Ghosts. Poveglia is said to be one of the most haunted places on Earth. Many people have reported seeing ghosts on the island, including former patients from the asylum and hospital, as well as people who died from the plague. Some of the ghosts are said to be friendly, while others are said to be evil. It is also said that the island itself is haunted. The island is said to be the home of a number of spirits that cause chaos and destruction. These spirits are said to be responsible for the deaths of many people who have visited the island. Number 3. Creatures. In addition to the ghosts, Poveglia is also said to be home to a number of creatures. These creatures are said to be the result of experiments conducted by the doctors at the asylum and hospital. Some of the creatures are said to be half-human, half-animal hybrids, while others are said to be completely animalistic. These creatures are said to roam the island at night, and they are said to be very dangerous. Some say that the creatures are responsible for the deaths of many people who have visited the island. Number 2. Curse. It is said that a curse hangs over the island of Poveglia. The curse is said to be the reason why so many people have died there. Some say that the curse was placed on the island by a witch, while others say that it is simply the result of bad luck. Whatever the case may be, the curse is said to be very real, and many people believe that it is the reason why they should avoid the island. Number 1. Visit. Despite all of the danger and horror that surrounds the island of Poveglia, there are still people who want to visit. Some people are simply curious, and they want to see the island for themselves. Others believe that they can help the ghosts and creatures that haunt the island. And still, others believe that they can break the curse that hangs over the island. Whatever their reasons may be, these people should be aware of the dangers that they face when they go to Poveglia. The island is said to be very dangerous, and many people have died there. If you decide to go to Poveglia, you should be prepared for anything. You may encounter ghosts or creatures that could harm you. You may also be cursed by the island itself. What are your thoughts on this? Let us know in the comments section below. And thank you for watching. Texas is known for 2 things: its love of barbecue and ghosts. You can't throw a stick in Texas without hitting a ghost. So it should come as no surprise that one of the best hotels in Texas is haunted. This is the historic Driscoll Hotel in Austin, the capital of the great state of Texas. Built in 1886 by Colonel Lawrence Driscoll, the hotel was built to attract affluent travelers and business leaders to his hotel. And boy, did he succeed. The grand opening of the hotel saw lines of carriages stretching for blocks, all waiting to get their first glimpse inside. At the time, the hotel was considered the largest structure between the Mississippi River and the Pacific Ocean. It features 422 rooms with 22 stories soaring into the air. It is one of the premier destinations for tourists visiting Austin. But with a history spanning over 135 years, many guests have walked through those doors and never left. Some say the spirits of those who died here roam the halls even today. But before we dive into the terrifying tales of these haunted halls, let's take a moment to remember why we're watching this video in the first place. Do us a quick favor and show your support if you find this video interesting. Thank you. Now let's get back to the video. Alright, now let's talk about ghosts. We've got a lot of them here at the Driscoll Hotel, and they range from friendly apparitions to those that are plain old mean. To start off our ghostly tour of the Driscoll, let's head up to the 6th floor where room 625 is located. This room has had several reported sightings of not one, but at least 3 ghosts. These ghosts are said to be a couple and their young son who died in a murder-suicide. According to reports, the father shot his wife and son before taking his own life. Since then, guests have reported hearing the sound of a gunshot and seeing the apparition of a little boy wandering the halls. Other guests have claimed that when staying in room 625, they were mysteriously awakened in the middle of the night only to see the ghost of the boy standing at the foot of their bed. One particularly terrifying account comes from a woman who was staying in the room alone when she saw the ghost of the boy walk right through the wall. When the staff went to check the connecting room next door, they found the door sealed shut with no keycard. When they opened the door, they found the apparition of the father sitting in a chair. He was seen rocking back and forth and holding his head in his hands, but he vanished when anyone tried to approach him. As if that wasn't enough, another guest reported seeing the apparition of the mother standing in the doorway of room 625. She was said to be wearing a white nightgown and had a sad expression on her face. If that's not enough ghosts for you, there's always room 527. Here you can see the ghost of a woman in Victorian nightgown walking the halls. But wait, there's more. You might hear the sound of piano music coming from the second floor. Look through the crack of the door and you just might see the ghost of Hattie Caraway playing the piano in the parlor. Just don't make the mistake of walking in while she's playing, or you might become her next victim. And if you do, you'll join the ranks of other unfortunate souls who met their demise at the hands of the Ghost Lady. The Ghost Lady is one of the most well-known ghosts of the Driscoll Hotel, and she's said to haunt the second floor specifically. It's said that she drowned in the hotel's indoor pool after taking a sedative and alcohol. Now she wanders the halls looking for her next victim. A writer for Reader's Digest reported an encounter with the Ghost Lady while staying in room 207. He wrote, "I awoke in the middle of the night and thought I heard someone moving about in the room. At first I assumed that my wife and I were being robbed. I sat up in bed and switched on the bedside lamp. My wife slept peacefully. I continued to lie there, listening intently. Then I heard the distinct sound of footsteps pacing back and forth outside our room." Another guest reported seeing the apparition of a woman standing in the corner of the room as if she were waiting for something. When the guest asked what room she was waiting for, the ghost just stared back at him before vanishing into thin air. Heading downstairs to the basement, you might hear the sound of chains dragging metal moans. If you investigate further, you just might find the source of the sound in the form of a ghost. Travis County records indicate that over 100 people died within the walls of the Driscoll. Many of them ended up in the basement of the hotel, which used to be used as a jail cell. Those unlucky enough to end up down there were usually accused of crimes such as horse theft, rape, and murder. Some of the spirits of these prisoners are said to still linger in the basement along with the spirit of a former Driscoll employee named Lucy. Lucy worked for the hotel in the early 1900s as both a maid and a cook. But tragically, she met her end at the hands of a guest. After a night of drinking, a guest became angry at Lucy and beat her to death with a frying pan. Her body was thrown down the elevator shaft and left to rot in the basement where her spirit still roams today. Some guests have even reported seeing her ghost standing by the elevator, staring directly at them. And as if that weren't enough, some guests have reported hearing the sound of screams and disembodied voices echoing through the basement. The spirit of one prisoner in particular is said to haunt the basement. His name was Tom, and he was sentenced to death by hanging for killing his wife. Visitors have reported hearing the sound of his shackles dragging metal moans. And if you look closely, you might just see the ghost of Tom dragging himself closer and closer. Now let's head over to the lobby of the Driscoll, where you might just see the ghost of Colonel Driscoll himself. He's said to appear as an apparition at the top of the stairs leading up to the second floor, and if you ask the staff, they'll tell you that he's not very friendly. In fact, he's downright mean. The colonel was known for being a strict businessman, and he carried that attitude with him to the grave. That's because some believe he haunts the hotel to punish those who are lazy or irresponsible. There have been numerous reports of objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, and even phones ringing with no one on the other end. Some believe that the colonel is behind these disturbances, and they happen most often in the basement and on the second floor. Other guests have reported feeling a sudden drop in temperature or hearing the sound of footsteps when no one is around. For example, a Driscoll employee was working late one night in the basement when he heard the sound of footsteps above him. He looked up and saw the apparition of a man walking down the stairs. The man was tall and wore clothes typical of the 1800s, but as the employee approached him, he quickly disappeared. Lastly, let's head up to the top floor of the Driscoll, where you might see the ghost of Hattie Carmichael. She was a maid at the hotel in the early 1900s, but she met her end in a tragic accident. While cleaning a guest room, she accidentally knocked over a bucket of water and was electrocuted. Her ghost is said to roam the hallways of the top floor, and some guests have reported seeing her apparition standing by the elevator. So, there you have it. just a sampling of the ghosts that are said to roam the halls of the Driscoll Hotel. From the basement to the top floor, this hotel is truly a haunted labyrinth of the supernatural. So if you're ever in Austin, Texas, and you're looking for a truly unique experience, be sure to book a stay at the Driscoll Hotel. Just be prepared for the company. Have you ever come across an old building that just looks like it's watching you? Well, today we're off to Ireland to explore a mansion that's done exactly that for hundreds of years. This is Loftus Hall, and this is the story of its famous visitor, the devil. Before we start, I would appreciate if you liked this video and maybe even subscribed, because why not? It really helps my channel grow and means I can keep making videos for you guys. Thank you. County Wexford is one of the 32 counties of Ireland. It's located in the southeast of the country, with its largest town being Wexford itself. And this is where we find Loftus Hall, or what's left of it. Loftus Hall was once a grand house set on a huge estate that spanned over 500 acres of prime Irish countryside. Today, all that remains of the house are the shell of the mansion itself and some outbuildings. But back in the day, this was a hive of activity, especially in the 1800s when it was owned by the Loftus family. Loftus Hall had been built back in 1650 by a man named John Loftus, who originally made his money as a soldier. He fought for Oliver Cromwell during the 17th century conquest of Ireland, and upon his death, he left the spoils of war to his son Thomas, who then had the hall built with it. The family were well off and would remain so for generations thanks to the trade of sugar plantations in the West Indies. They invested heavily in the slave trade and became some of the richest landowners in Ireland. The Loftus family took great pride in their home. And while they lived modestly, they entertained frequently. And so their home needed to be up to scratch. From 1813 onwards, under the stewardship of Thomas's son Augustus, extensive renovations were carried out. They were designed by architect Richard Morrison and would make Loftus Hall the grandest home in the area. It boasted 30 rooms over 2 floors, with 4 of those rooms alone belonging to Augustus's wife. Even the servants' quarters were more spacious than most working-class homes of the time. Throughout the estate, there were formal gardens, a grotto, a Gothic bridge, and plenty of space for Augustus and his family to roam. Then, in 1842, the hall was finally finished and the family moved right in. Now, at this point, you may be thinking that the story of the devil visiting Loftus Hall sounds like an urban legend. And, to be honest, so did it to me. But there's quite a bit of documentation about this particular tale. It first appeared in print in 1862 when it was recounted in a collection of Irish folklore by noted folklorist William Botfield, who claimed that it happened between 1820 and 1840. This matches up perfectly with our timeline, as Augustus Loftus was living in the house during this time period. According to the story, one evening as Augustus was walking through the gardens, he heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found a tall, thin man, cloaked in black, standing on the doorstep. Augustus invited him in, but the stranger declined, saying that he would rather wait until morning. Augustus insisted, though, and ushered him into the dining room, where he sat him down next to him and his wife at the dinner table. During the meal, the stranger spoke very little and didn't seem to eat, which was strange, but Augustus put it down to his nerves. When dinner was finished, they all went into the drawing room, where Augustus introduced his guest to his wife's cousin, Lady Charlotte. Lady Charlotte was known for her piety, and she immediately turned her attention to the stranger, asking him if he knew Jesus Christ. The man replied that he knew better than anyone who he was, but that he had chosen not to follow him. When she heard this, Lady Charlotte called upon God to punish the man for his wickedness, to which he replied, "You need not call upon God. I am going to hell, but you will come with me." Then he stood up, threw back his head, and let out a terrifying roar. In his hand, he now held a burning torch, and with it, he lit a candle on the mantelpiece. As he did, his face was illuminated, and Lady Charlotte screamed in horror. Her cousin was no longer a man, but the devil himself. And I don't mean that he looked like the devil. No, the actual devil had stood before them. The 2 men struggled for the candle, but Augustus was no match for his guest. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the devil flung him away. Next, he turned his attention to Lady Charlotte, who fell to her knees and cried out to God for mercy. The devil approached her and asked if she still wanted to go to hell with him. To this day, nobody knows what she said, but when the devil leaned in to listen, Lady Charlotte apparently uttered some kind of prayer. And with that, the devil vanished, leaving behind only the smell of brimstone and a snuff box that had belonged to Augustus. In the morning, when Augustus came downstairs, he was greeted by a scene of absolute carnage. The dining room table was split in half, the walls were covered in soot, and there was a big hole burnt straight through the roof. There was also a deep crater in the middle of the garden, which remained there for many years afterward. After hearing the story, William Botfield remarked, "I believe the whole story to be substantially true, though I think the principal actors are now beyond the reach of mortal belief and human testimony." That's pretty strong language coming from someone who wrote down supernatural tales for a living. But what makes this story particularly interesting is how it ties in with the history of the hall. According to local lore, the devil had actually visited Loftus Hall on several occasions. These stories were written down by the Loftus family themselves and recorded by folklorist Sean Ryan in 1937. One story tells of the devil walking around the estate late at night, roaring and shaking the windows of the house. Another has him playing a game of cards with the previous owner of the hall, Sir Arthur Loftus, and cheating him out of all his money. Another, even more lurid tale claims that the devil prostituted his daughter in the town of New Ross, which is only a few miles from the hall. Even after Augustus and his family had left Loftus Hall and moved to London, the devil continued to pay visits, shaking the foundations of the house and frightening the new tenants. In 1939, the last private owner of Loftus Hall, Lady Eleanor Cavendish, deeded the hall over to the state, along with an endowment to maintain it. She stipulated that if the government sold the property, then they must sell it to her first. However, in 1943, they ignored this clause and sold it to the Jesuit order. They converted it into a school and boarding house, which operated here until 1973. During their tenure, a group of boys decided to hold a séance in the drawing room, where they attempted to summon the ghost of Lady Charlotte. Supposedly, they managed to contact her, and she told them that she wasn't a ghost, but rather the devil in disguise. Maybe she was trying to warn them. Today, Loftus Hall stands abandoned and in ruins. It's slowly crumbling away, leaving only the memory of what once was a grand house. Over the years, the devil's candle has become a symbol of the hall, representing the moment when the supernatural broke through the veil of reality and stepped foot in the physical world. Some say the candle still burns in the fireplace in the drawing room, flickering in the darkness, waiting for another brave soul to come and challenge the devil to a game of cards, or perhaps to dance with his daughter. So, what do you think? Is the story of the devil visiting Loftus Hall a true tale, or just an old wives' story meant to scare children? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, while you're there, be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel. Thank you. All that remains is for me to thank you for watching and to suggest that you watch one of these videos next. Deep in the heart of Pennsylvania's desolate countryside sits the burning town of Centralia, a coal mine fire that still burns to this very day, and it is one of the creepiest places in the country. On this day in 1962, an underground coal seam caught fire underneath Centralia, Pennsylvania. To this day, no one knows exactly how it started, but what we do know is that it was destined to burn for years to come. The fire spread through the mines at an astonishing rate. Within weeks, it had engulfed the entire town in flames. Homes were evacuated, but not before they all burned to the ground. Entire city blocks turned into smoldering ruins as thousands of tons of coal burned beneath the town. In the decades since, the small community has been reduced to a ghost town filled with abandoned homes, empty streets, and dark memories. Now, over 60 years later, the fires are still burning under the town, creating a haunting landscape that seems straight out of a horror movie, and it's here that we'll begin our story. Now, it's important to note that this isn't your run-of-the-mill ghost town. While many of these forgotten communities are abandoned because of economic reasons or natural disasters, Centralia is unique because it's literally burning up from the inside. You see, the town was built right on top of a vast network of underground coal seams, which eventually led to its demise. And to understand how this happened, we have to go back to the very beginning. Coal mining began in Centralia in the early 1800s when miners first discovered high-quality bituminous coal buried deep beneath the surface. With ample supplies of this precious resource, several coal mining companies sprang up in the area, including the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company, the Weatherly Coal Company, and the Minersville Coal Company. These businesses quickly made Centralia one of the most important coal towns in the region. In fact, during World War II, the coal mined in Centralia helped power the Allied victory. So, it was quite the bustling community. But the problem was that these coal companies didn't just dig single shafts down into the earth. They dug multiple ones, and then they connected those shafts together with miles upon miles of narrow passageways. This meant that the various coal seams could be accessed from different points, allowing miners to extract the coal more efficiently. But it also created something else, a massive labyrinth of tunnels stretching beneath the town. And it was here where the problems began. See, the thing about coal mines is that once they're dug, they don't really go away. In fact, they can continue to produce coal for decades or even centuries. It is for this reason that many coal mines are often left open after the resources have been depleted, at least partially so that they can continue to produce coal in the future. And this was done with the various coal mines around Centralia. Of course, by the 1900s, the company knew that there was a serious issue at hand. There were dozens of abandoned coal mines scattered throughout the area, along with hundreds more across Pennsylvania. At first, they tried to keep the mines sealed off, but that proved difficult. As time went on, some of the mine shafts mysteriously reopened, spewing deadly gases into the town. So they decided to take another approach. Instead of sealing the mines, why not burn them? And so in 1906, the coal mining companies began purposely igniting the abandoned coal seams. This process removed dangerous gases and prevented further cave-ins. And it worked. For a while, the mines remained relatively safe. But it also created a new problem. How do you put out a fire that's burning under 100 feet of solid rock? The answer is, you don't. In the decades that followed, the fires grew larger and more frequent, forcing many residents to flee their homes. By the 1950s, Centralia had become too dangerous to live in. The land had become riddled with sinkholes and the air quality was hazardous. So most of the residents packed up and moved away. But the fires continued to rage on. That brings us to February 1962. At 3 a.m., an intense heat was felt throughout the town. Soon after, smoke began pouring out of a manhole. Residents looked up and down the street, confused as to what was happening. Then, suddenly, flames erupted from the pavement and within seconds, a massive fire had engulfed Centralia. But the question was, what did they ignite? The fire spread rapidly, engulfing entire city blocks in flames, and it became clear that there was no way to stop it. Fire crews from neighboring towns arrived on the scene, but they couldn't put the fire out. They were fighting against Mother Nature herself. In fact, firefighters were ordered to abandon the hoses and evacuate the town. No one could stop the fire. As the residents fled, they watched in horror as the fire consumed their homes and businesses. By the next morning, 17 homes were destroyed. And over the next few days, hundreds more would follow. After the fire, most of the residents refused to return home. Today, only a handful remain. Most of the people who did leave never came back. That means that for over 60 years, Centralia has been nothing more than a charred wasteland. The town of Centralia is located in Columbia County, Pennsylvania. The county was formed in 1811 and is named after the Columbia River in the Pacific Northwest. In the early 1800s, the area that would become Centralia was a small farming community. But everything changed with the discovery of coal. As it turns out, the region is one of the largest deposits of anthracite coal on the planet. So, in 1857, several businessmen formed the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company. They began digging coal mines throughout the region, and before long, several other companies followed suit. This led to the rapid growth of the local economy, and by the turn of the century, the area had become a major coal producer. To support the miners working the mines, several small villages popped up in the area. One of these villages was Centralia. Originally, it was called Mount Pisgah, but in 1898, it was renamed Centralia. By this point, the town consisted of a few hundred homes, a schoolhouse, a church, and a general store. Life was hard for the residents of Centralia. The town was located in a remote part of Pennsylvania, and the residents had little access to basic amenities. Plus, the work in the mines was dangerous and the pay was low. But despite the hardships, the residents of Centralia were proud of their town. They had a strong sense of community, and they were determined to make it work. Then came the fire. In 1902, a minor accident in one of the local coal mines caused a small fire. The blaze spread quickly and soon engulfed the entire mine. Fire crews from neighboring towns rushed to the scene, but they could do little to stop the flames. The fire burned for months and eventually spread to other mines in the area. As the fire spread, the residents of Centralia were forced to flee their homes. Many of them lost everything they owned. In the aftermath of the fire, the residents of Centralia were determined to rebuild their town. They worked hard to create a new Centralia that was even better than before. But the fire wasn't the end. Over the next 6 decades, several more would occur. Each time the town was rebuilt, it seemed as if the fires would finally be extinguished. But each time they returned, they were stronger than ever. Today, the town of Centralia is a ghost town. The fire that began in 1962 is still burning, and it shows no signs of stopping anytime soon. The town is filled with abandoned homes, empty streets, and haunting memories. The fire has claimed 48 lives and destroyed over 1,000 buildings, and it will likely continue to burn for many years to come. If you want to visit Centralia for yourself, it's easy to get there. Just take I-81 south to exit 23 and then head west on Route 61. The entrance to Centralia is clearly marked. Once you enter the town, you'll be greeted by a sign that reads, "Welcome to Centralia, Population 7. Don't let the small population fool you, though. There's a lot to see and do in Centralia. Be sure to check out the abandoned homes and businesses and take a stroll down the eerie streets. You can also visit the graves of the 48 people who lost their lives in the fire. And if you're feeling brave, you can even venture into the burning mine shafts. Just be careful. The ground is unstable and there's a real danger of cave-ins. If you're looking for a truly unique experience, then be sure to visit Centralia. Just don't forget to bring a camera. You won't soon forget the haunting beauty of this forgotten town. Now, what do you think of Centralia? Would you dare to visit? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're there, be sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Are you ready to step back in time and explore one of the most haunted places on Earth? Join us as we uncover the chilling tales of the haunted Tower of London. From the cries of restless spirits to the shadows of infamous figures from history, this iconic castle is a treasure trove of spine-tingling secrets. Get ready to be captivated by stories that will leave you questioning the boundaries between the living and the dead. The Tower of London, a historic castle in the heart of London, has stood the test of time for over 900 years. Its imposing presence has witnessed centuries of royal grandeur, political intrigue, and unspeakable horrors. But it's not just the living who have walked its grounds. The tower is said to be haunted by an array of restless spirits, each with their own tragic story to tell. One of the most famous ghosts associated with the Tower of London is Anne Boleyn. History remembers her as the second wife of Henry VIII and the mother of Elizabeth I. But her story had a haunting twist. After falling out of favor with the king, Anne was accused of adultery and treason and was sent to the notorious Tower of London. On May 1536, She met her demise on the execution block, becoming one of the many victims of the tower's dark past. Some say her spirit still lingers there, forever searching for peace. Visitors and staff have reported hearing the sound of footsteps and whispers within the tower walls, believing them to be the echoes of Anne's tormented soul. But Anne Boleyn is not the only royal to haunt the tower. King Charles I, who reigned from 1649 to 1660 during the turbulent period of the English Civil War, also found his way onto the list of ghostly residents. His statue stands proudly in the White Tower, but it's said that his spirit is far from at rest. Legend has it that the executioners chopped off Charles I's head without first obtaining the consent of Parliament, a grave oversight that angered his supporters. As a result, his remains were never given a proper burial, leaving his soul to wander the tower in search of peace. Some believe that the sightings of a headless horseman in the area may be the troubled spirit of King Charles I seeking solace after his untimely demise. Another haunting presence felt throughout the tower is that of Lady Jane Grey. This young noblewoman found herself at the center of a political storm when she was called upon to take the throne after Lady Jane Grey ascended to the throne at the age of 16, becoming the 9-day Wonder Queen of England and Ireland in 1553. Her reign was short-lived, however, and she was soon forced to abdicate in favor of Mary I. Imprisoned in the Tower of London for her involvement in a plot against Mary, Lady Jane Grey spent her final days reflecting on her tumultuous time as queen. Tragically, she was executed at the young age of 17, leaving behind a legacy of what could have been. Her spirit is said to linger within the tower walls, forever mourning the potential that was cut short. Visitors and staff alike have reported sensing her sorrowful presence, making her one of the most beloved ghosts of the Tower of London. As we delve deeper into the haunted annals of the Tower of London, we encounter the tragic tale of Margaret Pole, Countess of Salisbury. Born into nobility in 1489, Margaret led a life of privilege and influence. However, her path took a sinister turn when her nephew, the Duke of Norfolk, implicated her in a plot to replace Mary Tudor with Lady Jane Grey. Despite her loyalty to the crown, Margaret was charged with treason and imprisoned in the Tower of London in 1534. At the ripe old age of 67, she faced execution, becoming the oldest person to meet such a fate in the Tower's history. Visitors have reported hearing the sound of chains dragging, believed to be the spirit of Margaret Pole, still searching for justice and closure. Moving on, we meet Sir Thomas More, a renowned Renaissance statesman and writer who served as Lord Chancellor of England from 1529 to 1532 during the reign of Henry VIII. Sir Thomas played a pivotal role in shaping England's political and religious landscape. However, his association with the Tower of London comes from his tragic execution on July 6, 1535, at the age of 58. Charged with treason for refusing to acknowledge Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn, he was imprisoned in the Tower and ultimately beheaded on the orders of the king. Sir Thomas's steadfast principles and unwavering integrity continue to inspire admiration, making him one of the most revered figures in English history. His ghost is said to roam the halls of the Tower, forever a symbol of the cost of conscience. Among the multitude of apparitions that call the Tower of London home, two mysterious figures stand out. Known simply as the Two Sisters, these ghostly presences have been spotted wandering the grounds of the historic castle. Their ethereal forms are often seen near the entrance to the Salt Tower, where they are believed to have died. But who are these enigmatic sisters, and how did they meet their untimely demise? Unfortunately, the details surrounding the two sisters' identities and fates remain shrouded in mystery. Their story is one of the many untold tales that add to the enigma of the Tower of London's haunting past. While their names and backstories may be lost to time, their ghostly presence serves as a reminder of the countless lives that have been touched by the Tower's somber history. Now let's shift our focus to a more light-hearted, or should I say, a lightly haunting resident of the Tower of London, Toby the dog. That's right. Even the canine realm has its share of ghostly tales to tell. Toby is the spirit of a small terrier-like dog who roams the grounds of the tower, particularly around the Salt Tower and the moat. Legend has it that Toby belonged to a former yeoman warder named Thomas, who sadly passed away while on duty in 1952. Despite his passing, both Thomas and his loyal dog Toby are said to remain at the tower, forming a ghostly duo that brings a touch of whimsy to this haunting paradise. Some visitors have even reported seeing Toby's apparition sitting patiently by the gatehouse, waiting for his human companion to return. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the story of Toby and Thomas reminds us of the enduring bond between humans and their furry friends, even in the afterlife. Next, we encounter the ghost of William the Conqueror, one of the most iconic figures in English history. He is best known for his pivotal role in the Norman conquest of England in 1066, which profoundly shaped the course of the nation. William's legacy is intricately linked to the Tower of London, where he is believed to be buried beneath the White Tower. Some accounts suggest that his remains may have been interred in the Church of St. Peter ad Vincula, located within the tower grounds. However, the exact location of his burial site remains uncertain, adding an element of mystery to his final resting place. As we conclude our journey through the haunted chambers of the Tower of London, we must pay homage to the countless victims of its brutal past. Throughout history, many innocent souls were unjustly accused of crimes against the crown and suffered a gruesome fate on the execution grounds within the tower walls. Among them were Sir Thomas Bridges and Sir Richard Weston, two yeoman warders who were brutally murdered in cold blood by soldiers under the command of Oliver Cromwell during the Siege of London in 1648. Their untimely deaths serve as a stark reminder of the darkness that once enveloped this historic site. Cromwell's forces stormed the tower, executing anyone loyal to the royalist cause. Sir Thomas Bridges and Sir Richard Weston found themselves on the wrong side of the political divide and were viciously slain, their bodies mutilated and displayed as a warning to others. Their tragic fates are a testament to the senseless violence that marred the English Civil War and the lasting impact it had on the people caught in its turmoil. To honor their memory, we must remember and learn from the atrocities of the past, ensuring that such brutality never repeats itself. Now, it's your turn to add to the chilling tales of the haunted Tower of London. Have you ever experienced any paranormal activity, or do you know anyone with a spooky story to share? And if you visited the Tower of London, did you feel any eerie vibes or witness anything unexplained? Share your thoughts and experiences below, and let's keep these ghostly tales alive. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed our journey through the haunted Tower of London. Subscribe for more spine-tingling historical tales. Thanks for watching. Until next time. The Phantom Hitchhiker of Resurrection Mary, Chicago's famous ghost girl seen along Archer Avenue since the 1930s. Have you ever seen a ghost? In my experience, the answer is a firm no. I'm quite glad about that because I don't like ghosts. But some people are convinced that they've seen one particular ghost several times, and this ghost has been spotted in the same place over and over again for almost 100 years. This is the story of the Ghost Girl of Chicago. This all began back in the 1930s when people began seeing the ghost of a young woman hitchhiking along a stretch of road now known as Archer Avenue in the southwestern part of Chicago. This young woman was described as wearing a long white dress and was always alone. The road was mostly deserted at the time, making it easier to spot the mysterious hitchhiker. And this is exactly what happened. On January 18, 1937, the Daily Worker reported that a local resident had encountered a phantom hitchhiker who may have been the ghost of a murdered girl. It said that Mrs. H.E. Coons of Chicago had been driving along Archer Road in the early hours of the morning when she saw the ghost. She was driving home from her work as a night nurse at Cook County Hospital when she encountered the ghost. According to the report, the specter appeared suddenly out of the darkness and walked slowly toward the side of the road. Mrs. Coons slowed down to see if the apparition wanted something from her, but the ghost just kept walking until it vanished into the night. At first, Mrs. Cons didn't think too much of the encounter, but then she realized that she wasn't the only one who had seen this mysterious hitchhiker. Other people had witnessed the same thing. In total, there were 7 women who had come forward to share their experiences with the ghost girl. They all described the apparition in the same way: a woman in a white dress, a tall, slender figure, pale in color and apparently very sad. It seemed that the ghost liked to appear at the corner of Archer and Hamlin. One of these women who saw the ghost was Helen Reardon. Helen was driving home from her job as a waitress when she saw the apparition standing on the side of the road. As Helen approached, the ghost looked towards her car, raised her hand, and stepped off the road. Helen slammed on the brakes and turned around, but when she went back to the spot where she had seen the ghost, it was gone. Helen told the police about her experience, but they didn't seem to take her seriously. So Helen took matters into her own hands and returned to the spot where she had seen the ghost. Every night for a week, Helen waited, but the ghost never reappeared. Just when Helen was about to give up hope, the ghost showed itself to her again. According to Helen, the ghost was only visible to her after midnight. It would stand on the side of the road and wave its hand, but when Helen tried to pick it up, it just disappeared. Helen started to feel tormented by the experience and knew that she had to do something. She went to see Father Francis, a local priest who was known for his knowledge of the occult. He advised Helen to hold a funeral for the ghost and to say 3 masses in her honor. After following the priest's advice, Helen never saw the ghost again, but others weren't so lucky. One man, named Joseph Sterling, was driving home from his job as a baker when he saw the ghost of a young woman in a white dress. He stopped his car and offered her a ride, but before he could get out of the car to help her, she disappeared. Another man, named George McMahon, was driving home from his job as a meat salesman when he saw a young woman standing on the side of the road. He stopped his car and offered her a ride, but as he got closer, he realized that she wasn't real. She was see-through, and he could see right through her. George slammed on the brakes and the ghost vanished. As the years passed, more and more people came forward to share their stories of seeing the ghost girl. Some said that they had seen her as far back as the 1920s, while others said they had seen her as recently as the 1970s. Over the years, her appearance changed slightly. Sometimes she was described as wearing a long white dress, sometimes a short white dress, and sometimes she was even seen wearing overalls. People began to wonder who this ghost was and how she died. One of the most popular theories was that she was a victim of a serial killer who operated in the area during the 1920s and 30s. This serial killer, whose name was unknown, was responsible for the deaths of at least 8 women. All of them were found strangled to death, and all of them were found along Archer Avenue, not too far from where the ghost girl was seen. People began to believe that the ghost girl was one of these victims. Another theory was that the ghost girl wasn't a victim of a serial killer at all. Instead, she was a young woman who had been killed in a car accident. This theory was supported by the fact that many of the people who had seen the ghost girl had described her as being translucent or see-through. If this was true, then maybe the ghost girl wasn't a murder victim, but rather a victim of circumstance. No one knows for sure what really happened to the ghost girl. But there are a lot of theories out there. One theory is that the ghost girl isn't a ghost at all. Instead, she's a living person who has been cursed by a witch. This curse makes her appear as a ghost to anyone who sees her. There's also another theory that says that the ghost girl is actually the daughter of Satan. Some people believe that the ghost girl is real and that she appears to humans as a warning. She's trying to tell us that we should be careful when we're out at night, especially on deserted roads. Others believe that the ghost girl is simply lost and that she's looking for her way home. These sightings continued into the 1960s when the ghost girl was seen by hundreds of people, including 2 Chicago police officers. By this point, the story had become so popular that newspapers across the country were running stories about it. But then, suddenly, it all stopped. There were no more sightings of the ghost girl. What happened to her? Did she find her way home? Was she finally able to move on? Or is she still out there wandering the roads of Chicago, waiting for someone to help her? In the end, the truth is no one knows what happened to the ghost girl. But that hasn't stopped people from trying to find out. There are websites dedicated to her story, and there are even people who claim to have seen her in recent years. Some people believe that the ghost girl is actually the ghost of a boy. This is based on a story that was published in the Chicago Tribune in 1937. The story claimed that the ghost girl was actually the ghost of a boy who had been killed in a car accident. However, most people disagree with this theory. They believe that the ghost girl is definitely a girl, and that she was killed in a much more sinister way. The most popular theory is that the ghost girl was killed by her father. This theory is based on a story that was published in the Chicago Daily News in 1941. The story claimed that the ghost girl was the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Her father was a strict man who didn't approve of his daughter dating. One day, the ghost girl ran away from home to be with her boyfriend. Her father found out, and in a fit of rage, he killed her and buried her body along Archer Avenue. While this story is certainly gruesome, there's no evidence to support it. It's possible that the ghost girl really is the ghost of a boy, but it's more likely that she's the ghost of a girl who was killed in a much more sinister way. The story of the Ghost Girl of Chicago is a mystery that has never been solved. It's a story that has captured the imaginations of people all over the world, and it's a story that I can't stop thinking about. What do you think happened to the ghost girl? Do you believe that she's the ghost of a murdered girl? Or do you think that she's a living person who has been cursed by a witch? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you want to learn more about the Ghost Girl of Chicago, I encourage you to do your own research. There are a lot of great resources out there that can help you learn more about this fascinating case. Thanks for watching. Bye. If you want to know the truth about the Jersey Devil, stay tuned. Hi, everyone. I'm the author of a book about the Jersey Devil, and today we are going to be talking about the curse of the Pine Barrens and how that relates to the Jersey Devil. If you don't know me, I'm a local historian from a small town in New Jersey. I am the author of a book about the Jersey Devil, so let's get started. So this is an episode about the curse of the Pine Barrens. And when it comes to the Pine Barrens, no story haunts its ancient forests quite like that of the Jersey Devil. First appearing in the 1730s, the legend has endured with reported sightings continuing into the modern day. Many who have come to know the tale believe it is nothing more than a hoax or a myth spread by locals to bring tourism to the Pine Barrens. But is it really? Let's take a look at the history of the curse of the Pine Barrens, and if there really is a devil living among us. Our story begins in the isolated wilderness of the Pine Barrens, a vast and desolate region spanning parts of southern New Jersey, known scientifically as the Pine Barrens, and locally as the Pine Barrens, or just the Barrens. The Pine Barrens consists of over 1 million acres of land with 22 townships lying within its boundaries. These areas include Bass River, Burlington, Camden, Gloucester, Ocean, and even parts of Atlantic City. For those of you who aren't familiar with the area, the Pine Barrens is located right here. That is the big chunk of land between Atlantic City and Cape May down there near the Delaware Bay. To some, the Pine Barrens is viewed as a recreational wonderland filled with hiking trails, freshwater lakes, and old historic towns. But to others, it's seen as a place where time stands still, untouched and unchanged since colonial times. But what exactly is the Pine Barrens? Why is it called the Pine Barrens, and why is it cursed? The word barren means unproductive or unfruitful. And back in the early 1600s, the Native Americans who inhabited the area knew it as a place where crops failed and livestock couldn't survive. This was due to the sandy soil and lack of fresh water, which made farming very difficult. The native tribes would eventually leave the area and move further west, leaving the lands unsettled until the Dutch arrived in the 1620s. The Dutch were attracted to the abundant natural resources of the Pine Barrens, such as its timber and wildlife. They began to settle in the area and established a thriving lumber industry. However, they soon realized that the land was not as hospitable as they had hoped, and much of their livestock died off. As a result, the Dutch abandoned their settlements and moved away, leaving the Pine Barrens once again deserted. It wasn't until the early 18th century that European settlers returned to the Pine Barrens, but they too struggled to make a living in the harsh environment. In 1719, settlers petitioned the governor of New Jersey to have the barrens opened up to public hunting so they could sustain themselves during the winter months. Governor John Fenwick granted their request, and hunting became legal across the Pine Barrens. It was around this time that the first documented sighting of the Jersey Devil occurred, marking the beginning of the curse of the Pine Barrens. When it comes to the origins of the Jersey Devil, there are many stories to choose from. The most popular tells the tale of a farmer named Leeds. Leeds lived in the early 1700s and was known throughout the Pine Barrens for his poor treatment of animals. One night, lightning struck his barn, setting it ablaze. As he watched his animals burn to death, Leeds swore revenge upon God and promised that he would produce a child so evil and terrifying that it would scare the Lord himself. His wife, Jane, a devout Christian, refused to accept her husband's twisted views. She prayed every night that God would forgive her husband for his sins. But God decided to intervene anyway, turning Leeds's evil plan against him. When Jane gave birth to her 13th child, she screamed in horror. The baby was covered in fur. Its head resembled a ram's skull, and it had cloven hooves. Then the child rose to its feet, letting out a deafening screech that shook the house to its foundation. Panicked, Jane dropped the baby into the fireplace, where it vanished into thin air. Soon after, Leeds heard the sound of thunder echoing through the forest, accompanied by a heavy rainstorm. Many say that this is when the Jersey Devil was born, and that it emerged from the flames of Leeds' burning barn, causing the storm and vanishing into the Pine Barrens. From that moment on, the Jersey Devil roamed the Pine Barrens, preying on humans and animals alike. Sightings continued into the 1800s and well into the 1900s. Some accounts claim that the Jersey Devil lives in the woods near Batstow Village, while others insist it resides in the cedar swamps of the Mullica River. Now, before I continue, I'm going to ask you guys to do me a favor and click that subscribe button down below. I try my best to tell the weirdest and most interesting stories from all across the country, and I think you guys will enjoy some of the stuff I have coming up. Anyway, let's keep going. As sightings continued into the early 1900s, people began to panic and flee the Pine Barrens. Newspapers across the state ran headlines claiming that a beast had been unleashed in the Pine Barrens and that it was responsible for countless deaths. The hysteria reached its peak in 1909 when a woman named Mrs. Mary Godfrey claimed to have encountered the Jersey Devil in the woods near her home. She described it as being a creature with bat wings, red eyes, and sharp claws. According to Mrs. Godfrey, the Jersey Devil swooped down from the sky and attempted to grab her as she walked through the woods. Although she managed to escape, she suffered severe injuries and died a few days later. In response to Mrs. Godfrey's story, a group of men armed themselves with guns and set off into the Pine Barrens to hunt down the creature. They tracked footprints in the mud and followed a trail of mangled animal carcasses, but the Jersey Devil seemed to always be one step ahead of them. After several days, they returned home empty-handed, having found no evidence of the creature's existence. Despite the lack of physical evidence, some believe that the Jersey Devil may have actually existed. Author Ivan T. Sanderson proposed that the creature was actually a rare white form of the common vampire bat, which had been blown into the Pine Barrens by a hurricane. This theory is supported by the fact that the majority of Jersey Devil sightings occur during the summer months, which coincides with the active season of vampire bats. However, this theory does not account for all of the sightings that have been reported throughout history, leading some to believe that the Jersey Devil may actually be a supernatural entity. Whatever the case may be, the legend of the Jersey Devil continues to live on in the Pine Barrens. It has inspired books, movies, and even a professional hockey team. And although there is no concrete evidence that it exists, many locals still believe that it lurks in the shadows of the Pine Barrens waiting to strike. As for the curse of the Pine Barrens, it may never be fully understood. The strange occurrences that have been reported throughout history cannot be explained away by science or reason. Some believe that the curse is a result of the dark energy that permeates the land, while others believe that it is simply a figment of the imagination. Ultimately, the truth may never be known, but one thing is certain: the mystery of the Pine Barrens will continue to captivate people for generations to come. All right, folks, that is all I have for you today. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, please consider subscribing and maybe drop a comment down below. Maybe tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? Do you believe in ghosts? Things like that. I love reading your comments. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Scotland's capital city of Edinburgh is world famous for its history, culture, and stunning architecture. But what many people do not know is that beneath the bustling city centre are a series of underground labyrinthine chambers known as the somewhat ominously named Edinburgh Vaults. These dark and dank chambers were used as everything from a prison to a place of torture and even a public bathroom. And as such, it's no surprise that they are now considered one of the most haunted places in all of Scotland. In today's video, we'll be exploring these terrifying tunnels and learning about some of the dark things that took place here. So grab a shovel and a hard hat, because we're heading underground. When construction began on Edinburgh Castle in the late 12th century, the city was still relatively small and didn't have much in the way of infrastructure. Over the years, though, as the castle grew larger and more grand, so too did the city below it. Much of this expansion came in the form of shops and businesses, as people moved into Edinburgh in search of work and a better life. However, with this influx of people came the usual trappings of civilization, including garbage. And while we might take modern waste disposal systems for granted today, it's important to remember that up until relatively recently, garbage disposal was not a given, and where there are people, there will always be garbage. With nowhere else to put it, the city's refuse began piling up around the castle, along with the dead bodies of animals and other unsavory substances. Naturally, this created an absolutely foul stench, which made it difficult for anyone to approach the castle without holding their breath. The Scottish king at the time, James IV, was not a fan of this situation and ordered the construction of covered chambers to be built underneath the castle esplanade to collect the city's waste. These would become known as the Edinburgh Vaults. It's also possible that the king was motivated to build these chambers by another factor, namely his desire to create a new source of income. Access to the vaults was not cheap, and merchants had to pay exorbitant fees to store their garbage here. It's estimated that a single ox cart full of rubbish cost the equivalent of 6 shillings and 8 pence to dump in the vaults, which might not sound like a lot of money today, but in those days, 6 shillings could buy you a whole sheep. Unfortunately for James IV, this tax scheme didn't work out as planned, and the royal treasurer complained that people weren't paying the fees and instead were simply dumping their trash wherever they pleased. For a while, the only thing stored in the vaults was garbage, but over time, more uses were found for this subterranean complex. When Edinburgh became a major legal centre in the 16th century, the Scottish Parliament decided to make use of the conveniently located jail cells within the vaults. As such, prisoners awaiting trial were often kept in the dark, dank chambers, which sometimes had as many as 200 people crowded inside. This, along with the disgusting conditions, meant that it was very easy for diseases to spread through the prison population. And since the cells were located directly beneath the main courtrooms, judges and lawyers would often be forced to wade through a sea of disease and garbage just to get to work. Needless to say, this was not ideal. Despite the less than optimal conditions, prisoners weren't actually allowed to sit down, with jailers beating them if they attempted to rest. There were a few notable exceptions to this rule, however, such as George Wishart, a Scottish Protestant reformer who was imprisoned in the 1540s for opposing the Catholic Church. Wishart managed to gain the favor of the jailers, who allowed him to live in relative comfort in exchange for teaching their children. But this cozy arrangement didn't last forever, and Wishart was eventually executed for heresy in 1546. His remains were thrown into the sea, but legend has it that his head, which was cut off, can still be seen floating around Edinburgh, looking for his body. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, the Edinburgh vaults were used for a variety of purposes, including as a butcher shop and a tannery. Yes, you heard that right, a butcher shop. And while it might seem strange to us today, this wasn't all that uncommon during this period of history. The smell of blood and guts was considered to be a sign of good health and prosperity, and butchers were often paid to keep their shops near public areas so that their fine aromas could waft into the streets. Imagine walking down your local high street and being greeted by the smell of stale urine and rotting flesh. Yeah, me too. But the Edinburgh vaults were used for far more sinister purposes than just commerce. In the early 1700s, the Scottish government began to crack down on what it saw as subversive behavior, including the smuggling of Catholic priests into the country. Those caught smuggling or harboring priests were often thrown into the vaults, which at this point had become a makeshift prison. Conditions were so bad that many of those imprisoned died and were buried in a mass grave. Others were tortured in an effort to get them to confess to their crimes. And it was here in the Edinburgh vaults that one of the darkest chapters in Scottish history took place. Between 1739 and 1746, the Jacobite Rising saw Scottish supporters of the exiled Stuart dynasty attempt to restore King James II to the throne. While the uprisings were eventually crushed, they did result in a great deal of bloodshed and violence, much of which took place in and around Edinburgh. In the aftermath of the Jacobite Rising, the Scottish government was keen to crack down on any potential threats to public order and safety. And so a series of laws known as the Disruption Acts were passed, which gave authorities the power to imprison anyone suspected of involvement in the uprising. Many of these people were thrown into the already overcrowded Edinburgh vaults, where they were often tortured in an effort to get them to confess to their crimes. One of the most common methods of torture was the use of a device known as a cat's paw, which consisted of a wooden board with spikes in the shape of a hand. The victim's hands were then tied behind their back and weights were attached to their feet before being suspended by a rope from the ceiling. As the weight of the victim's body pulled on the rope, the spikes would dig into their shoulders, causing excruciating pain. It's not surprising that many of those subjected to this form of torture confessed to crimes they didn't commit just to make it stop. Eventually, the Edinburgh vaults fell into disuse and were sealed off from the rest of the city. But just because no one was using them anymore didn't mean that they were safe. Throughout the 19th century, there were a number of reports of strange goings-on in and around the vaults, leading many to believe that they were haunted. Some of the most common sightings include that of a headless woman in a 19th-century nightgown, as well as a shadowy figure that has been seen walking along the tunnel walls. Visitors have also reported hearing disembodied voices and footsteps, as well as feeling cold spots and unexplained drafts. In 1989, the Edinburgh vaults were opened to the public as a tourist attraction, and while they're now much cleaner and better ventilated than they were in their heyday, they're still pretty creepy. If you ever visit, be sure to bring a camera to catch one of the many ghosts that are said to reside here. Just try not to get spooked if you hear any strange noises or see anything out of the corner of your eye, because after all, you're in a former prison and torture chamber. What could possibly go wrong? What do you think? Are the Edinburgh vaults really haunted? Let me know in the comments section below. And while you're down there, be sure to subscribe for more videos like this one. Thanks for watching. This is Jackie Hernandez. She lives in California, and this is her story. In 2013, Jackie was alone at her home when she heard someone trying to break into her house. She called the police, but by the time they arrived, whoever it was had vanished. The police found no signs of forced entry, and so they left without making any arrests. But that wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning, because a week later, she was haunted by the exact same thing. She heard footsteps pacing back and forth inside the house. Then she heard a loud crash, followed by what sounded like screams. She called the police again. But once again, they found nothing. For a while, Jackie lived in fear, wondering who or what was haunting her house. Then one day she decided to set up a camera to capture whatever was going on. What she got on tape was beyond her wildest nightmares. She had purchased a beautiful Victorian-style home in San Pedro, California. And ever since she moved in, strange things started to happen. Unexplainable things like hearing footsteps above her head when she was the only person in the house. Sometimes she would see a shadow figure darting across the room, out of the corner of her eye, and there were always strange cold spots throughout the house. Then one night she awoke to what sounded like screams in the middle of the night. When she went to investigate, she noticed that several of her windows were wide open, even though she had locked them before going to bed. It was then that Jackie knew for sure that there was something sinister living in her home. So she turned to social media to share her story, and many people responded with their theories about what might be haunting her. One person wrote, "Perhaps your house used to be a hospital or an asylum. I've heard that these kinds of places have tragic stories attached to them." Another said, "I think there are interdimensional beings that can enter our world through certain portals. Some places are more susceptible to this than others. These interdimensional beings feed off human emotions such as fear and sadness. That's why some homes are haunted and others are not." Whatever the truth may be, Jackie was determined to find out what was going on in her house. So she contacted a paranormal investigation team for help. They came to her house and used various pieces of equipment to try to detect any paranormal activity. While they were there, they picked up some interesting sounds, like disembodied voices and footsteps. But they didn't have enough evidence to say for sure that there were ghosts in the house, so they all agreed that the best course of action would be to install cameras throughout the house and see if anything showed up on them. Jackie did this and set up a camera system with night vision in every room. She wanted to catch anything that happened on tape, even if it was just a shadow or a strange sound. She placed one camera in the attic, which is where she had heard the footsteps. She put another in her bedroom, where she had felt the cold spots, and another in the living room, where she had seen the shadow figures. But even after weeks of taping, nothing happened. She began to think that maybe her house wasn't haunted after all. Just when she was about to give up, she checked the tapes from the attic camera. That's when she saw something that made her blood run cold. On the tape, you could see a shadow figure walking across the attic. It looked like a tall, thin man wearing a hat. He was walking slowly and deliberately, and he seemed to be looking for something. Jackie watched the tape over and over again, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. At first, she thought it might be a trick of the light or some kind of reflection. But there was no explanation for it. She had checked the camera to make sure it was working properly, and there were no obstructions that could have caused such a shadow. She reached out to the paranormal investigators again, and they were just as baffled as she was. They had never seen anything like it on any of their investigations. In the end, they could only offer their condolences and tell her to be careful in her home. Determined to get to the bottom of this mystery, Jackie took matters into her own hands. She began researching the history of her home and the town of San Pedro. That's when she learned about the most likely cause of her ghostly haunting. The town of San Pedro was founded in 1771, and for many years it was known as the Port of Los Angeles. During this time, the town was very busy, and there were all kinds of businesses operating there. One of the most popular was a tavern owned by a man named Pablo de Villa. The tavern was a popular spot for sailors to relax and have a good time, but it was also frequented by pirates. One day, a group of pirates attacked the port and killed many of the townspeople. They also burned down many of the buildings, including Pablo's tavern. Since then, it was said that the ghost of Pablo and his friends had been seen wandering around the town. Some people even claimed to have heard their screams in the middle of the night. As Jackie dug deeper into the history of her house, she learned that it had once been a part of Pablo's tavern. She also found out that a young girl had died in the fire that destroyed the tavern. Her name was Maria, and she was only 6 years old. Jackie now believed that her home was haunted by the ghosts of Pablo, his friends, and the young girl, Maria. She tried to make contact with them, but they only seemed to communicate through negative means. She began experiencing strange phenomena in her home, like doors opening and closing on their own, objects moving around, and even footsteps in the middle of the night. She also began to feel very sick and tired all the time. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched or that something was following her around. She tried to ignore it, but it became more and more difficult as time went on. Eventually, she had to do something about it. She reached out to a psychic medium named Lisa Williams for help. Lisa is a famous psychic medium who has helped people all over the world connect with their loved ones who have passed away. She also has a TV show called Through the Looking Glass. When Lisa came to Jackie's house, she was able to communicate with the spirits that were haunting her. She told Jackie that there were 3 spirits haunting her house. The first was Pablo, the owner of the tavern. He was a kind and gentle soul who was very happy to be able to speak to Jackie. Through Lisa, Pablo told Jackie that he died in the fire that destroyed his tavern and that he was very sad about it. He said that he had lost everything in the fire, including his life. The second spirit that Lisa communicated with was one of Pablo's friends. His name was Carlos. Carlos was a little bit different from Pablo. He was angry and bitter about the way he died. He said that he hated the pirates for what they did to him, and he wanted revenge. The third and final spirit that Lisa communicated with was the young girl, Maria. Maria was very shy, and she didn't want to talk to Jackie at first. But eventually she came around and told Jackie her story. Maria said that she was playing in the tavern when the pirates attacked and she hid under a table to try to stay safe. But the fire was so intense that it killed her instantly. She said that she was very scared when she died, and she was still scared now. After Lisa had spoken to all 3 spirits, she told Jackie that they needed her help. They had been trying to get her attention for a long time, but she had ignored them. Now they were getting desperate, and they were starting to use more aggressive tactics. Lisa told Jackie that the only way she could help the spirits was to hold a séance and allow them to pass on. Jackie agreed, and she held a séance in her home. With the help of Lisa and the other paranormal investigators, she was able to communicate with the spirits one last time. She asked them why they were haunting her house and what they wanted from her. Pablo told her that he and his friends were restless because they had unfinished business. They had died violently and they were angry about it. They said that they wanted Jackie to help them find peace so they could move on. Jackie agreed to help them, and she promised to do whatever she could to make sure that they were at peace. After the séance, Jackie felt lighter. She knew that she had done the right thing by helping the spirits. In the weeks and months that followed, the hauntings in her house stopped. There were no more footsteps in the attic, no more doors opening and closing on their own, and she no longer felt like she was being watched. Jackie is grateful for the experience because it taught her the importance of respecting the dead. She also learned that sometimes the things that go bump in the night are just souls that need our help. What do you think? Is Jackie's home really haunted by the ghosts of Pablo, his friend Carlos, and young Maria? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Welcome back, everybody. This is your host, and tonight's episode is going to be one that has been highly requested by our community. We will be diving into a case that occurred in Massachusetts. It was seen by multiple witnesses, and it will leave you wondering if you would have the courage to survive an encounter with such a thing. Let's get into it. It was the early morning hours of Christmas in 1977, when 4 friends from Dover, New Hampshire decided to do some drinking and then go out for some food. The group consisted of 2 couples. There was Mike, Joanne, Carl, and his wife Nancy. They had all been friends since high school and were now close to their 20s. After having a few drinks, they got in their cars and drove down to the nearby town of Rochester for some fast food at a place called the Chicken Box. When they arrived, the restaurant was closed, so they went to another restaurant instead. After getting their food, they decided to take a shortcut through Dover Air Force Base, which wasn't the best idea as they weren't supposed to be there. After driving onto the base, they realized that they were being followed by another vehicle. They pulled over to try and see who it was, but the car just kept on coming. It finally stopped, and two men came out of it and started walking towards them. The people in the car were obviously frightened by this point, but what they saw next was beyond anything they could have imagined. The two men who had gotten out of the car were dressed in dark clothing and were breathing heavily. Their faces were very pale, and they both had large eyes and pointed ears. One of them was also wearing what looked like a leather belt, and the other was wearing what looked like a loincloth. The witness described the creatures as being about 4 foot tall and having long fingers with sharp claws. These creatures walked past their vehicle without saying a word and then disappeared into the darkness. The four friends then sped out of the area and returned home. They told their story to their families, but nobody really believed them. However, the next night something similar happened again. On this night there were 3 witnesses: a man named Gene Baker, who was delivering newspapers, and a couple whose name we don't know, who were driving home from a movie theater. All 3 of them saw the same 2 creatures walking along the side of the road. The couple in the car tried to get away, but the creatures started running after them. They chased the car for a bit, but it finally turned off, and they ran away. Both of these encounters happened near an abandoned Air Force base called the Dover Air Force Base. As a result, the creature became known as the Dover Demon. On January 3, 1977, there was another sighting of the Dover Demon. This time, a man named Ron Moore was driving along the same road where he had previously seen the creature. He saw the demon standing on the side of the road, and it looked exactly the same as it did before, with its long fingers, big eyes, and pointed ears. This time, though, Ron stopped his car and got out to approach the creature. When he got closer, he noticed that it was covered in what looked like mud or clay. It didn't seem to notice him at first, but then it turned around and stared right at him. It then started walking into the woods, and Ron followed it. The creature then suddenly turned around and started to run away. Ron chased after it, but it was too fast for him and disappeared into the trees. Another similar sighting was reported on January 8, 1977. A woman was driving home from work when she saw a strange figure standing at the side of the road. It looked like the previous sightings, and so she stopped her car to investigate. When she got out of the car, the figure ran away. She then got in her car and chased after it, but it was too fast for her and she lost sight of it. After this incident, the police released a sketch of the creature and asked the public for help in identifying it. Many people came forward claiming to have seen the creature, but no one had any solid evidence of its existence. The police eventually gave up on the case, and it went cold. Now, many people believe that the Dover Demon is a type of ape-like creature that lives in the woods around Dover, New Hampshire. Some say that it's a type of Bigfoot or Sasquatch, while others say that it's a completely different creature altogether. One of the most popular theories is that the Dover Demon is a type of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. There have been many Bigfoot sightings in the United States, and some say that the Dover Demon could be one of these creatures. Bigfoot is said to be a large, hairy, human-like creature that lives in the forests of North America. While there is no concrete evidence that Bigfoot exists, many people believe that it does. Another theory is that the Dover Demon is a member of the simian primates. These are primates that have not yet evolved to the point of being fully human. Some believe that these creatures may exist in remote areas of the United States, and the Dover Demon could be one of them. Yet another theory is that the Dover Demon is a type of troll. Trolls are said to be large, ugly creatures that live under bridges or in the woods. Some believe that trolls may actually exist, and that the Dover Demon could be one of them. Perhaps the most outlandish theory is that the Dover Demon is actually a demon. Demons are said to be evil spirits that can possess humans or animals. Some believe that demons can also take on a physical form, and the Dover Demon could be one of these creatures. While these are just theories, it's important to remember that there is no concrete evidence that any of them are true. Despite this, the Dover Demon remains a popular subject of discussion in cryptozoology circles, and many people continue to search for evidence of its existence. As for the people who witnessed the Dover demon, their lives were never quite the same after their encounter. Many of them suffered from anxiety and fear, and they never went back to the places where they saw the creature. Others became obsessed with finding the Dover demon and spent their lives searching for evidence of its existence. If you were to ask me what I think about this case, I would say that it is truly fascinating. The fact that there were so many witnesses who saw the Dover demon makes it hard to dismiss as just a hoax. The descriptions of the creature were also very similar, which lends credibility to the claims. While I can't say for sure what the Dover demon is, I can say that it is definitely a mystery that is worth exploring further. There are many unanswered questions in this case, and I hope that someday we will learn more about the Dover demon. If you have any information about this case, please come forward and share it with the authorities. Who knows? You may just be able to help solve one of America's most famous cryptozoology mysteries. So, what do you think of this case? Do you think that the Dover demon is a real creature, or do you have another explanation for what it could be? Let me know in the comments below, and if you like this video, please be sure to subscribe and leave a like. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey, everyone, thanks for watching. If you liked this video, please hit the thumbs up button and share it with others. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos like these. You can also check out my other content for more great videos. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is one of the scariest places in all of Italy, and if you go there, you might just see the ghost of someone who died from the plague. Welcome back, everyone. Here, today, we're going to be discussing the haunted Povegliano Hospital. Let's get into it. In 1348, the Black Death ravaged through Europe, wiping out nearly half of its population. It's also known as the plague. This horrible disease spread across the entire continent, and no one was safe. The symptoms were horrible, including fever, weakness, aches and pains, vomiting, and diarrhea, but the most telling sign of the plague was black spots that would appear on your skin. No treatment could cure this disease, though, so those infected were left to die. These days, we have amazing medical technology and professionals who can treat diseases like the plague before they become a massive problem. But back in the Middle Ages, there wasn't much people could do when something like this came around. In fact, they didn't even know what caused the plague. They thought it was bad air in the cities, so they tried to escape the cities to avoid getting sick. But by doing this, they actually spread the disease to the countryside. One of the worst-hit areas during the Black Death outbreak was a small village in northern Italy called Povegliano, and this village was pretty far outside the city walls. People fled to this place thinking they would be safe, but it didn't take long for the plague to reach them. At its peak, about 200 people were dying every day. There was no way the villagers could stop the plague from killing their loved ones. All they could do was bury them. After the plague finally started to die down, the town was pretty much deserted. The few remaining villagers built a small cemetery on the outskirts of town where they buried their dead. And then they rebuilt their lives. Not long after the plague hit again and took more lives. And after it subsided again, they realized they needed a better solution. Instead of burying the bodies all over the village or in a small cemetery, they decided to build a proper hospital to house the sick. The hospital wouldn't just be used during outbreaks, though. They wanted to use it year-round so that people wouldn't have to travel to nearby cities for medical care. The hospital was finished in 1379 and was named the Fate Bene Fratelli, which translates to God Help the Brothers. Inside, there were rooms for patients, as well as a pharmacy, an operating room, an area for laying out corpses, and even living quarters for doctors. The building itself was originally designed as a monastery, but it had been abandoned for some time before the plague hit. This made it a perfect candidate for being turned into a hospital. The building was already there, and the townspeople didn't have to worry about upsetting any higher power because the monks had been driven out by the plague anyway. This hospital was definitely a step in the right direction, but unfortunately, the townspeople still had a lot to learn about the plague. They didn't know that rats carrying fleas infected with the plague were the cause of the disease spreading so easily. Because of this, they never really stopped having outbreaks until the early 1900s. Over the next few centuries, the hospital saw many outbreaks, including the bubonic plague, cholera, and typhoid fever. Every time a new disease hit, people were quarantined inside the hospital. It became crowded and understaffed, and soon it was clear that the hospital was not a good idea. It wasn't always bad news, though. Around the mid-1700s, the hospital was used as a civil hospital, meaning that it was open to civilians. For over 200 years, it served the community, but in the early 1800s, it began to shut down. Disease outbreaks were becoming less and less frequent, so the hospital wasn't needed as often. The government decided to turn it into a prison instead. By this time, though, people were beginning to realize that the hospital was cursed. Many prisoners refused to stay in the building, and the guards refused to watch over them. Within a few years, the hospital was abandoned again, and it stood empty until 1904. That is when officials decided to reopen it as a civil hospital once more. Unfortunately, the hospital would only last another 60 years. By 1964, the government decided to close the hospital down. They constructed a new hospital in its place, but the old one was never torn down. The building still stands to this very day, although it has been abandoned since 1964. But it's not completely empty. Some nights, people report hearing strange noises coming from inside the building. When they look inside, they say they see nothing. Other times, though, they say they see the ghosts of men, women, and children walking the halls. These are believed to be the spirits of those who died in the hospital from various illnesses throughout the years. One of the most common reported ghosts is that of a young girl. She is said to walk the halls at night looking for her mother. It's believed she died in the hospital sometime during the 1800s and she never saw her mother alive again. Another spirit that haunts the building is that of a man who died of tuberculosis. He's most commonly seen standing in the courtyard staring off into the distance. Some say he looks sad, while others say he looks angry. There are also strange occurrences that can't be explained away by the paranormal. In certain parts of the hospital, the floor has a habit of collapsing. While this may seem like an easy explanation, the hospital hasn't been occupied in decades. There's no reason that the floors should start to collapse without anyone there to use them. Some believe that the ground beneath the hospital is cursed, which is why so many people have died here over the years. Some visitors have brought equipment to try to capture evidence of spirits haunting the hospital. They've set up cameras, but when they come back to check the footage, the camera has been knocked over and the tape is blank. Others have brought in audio recorders, but every time they listen back to the tape, all they hear is static. It seems that whoever haunts this place doesn't want to be found. One visitor, though, managed to capture something on camera. A picture was taken inside the hospital, and when it was developed, there was a face in the background that didn't belong there. The photo was taken in an area where the floor has collapsed, so maybe whatever haunts this place comes up from the ground at night. But these days, people don't need a reason to visit. If there's a place that's allegedly haunted, they will investigate anyway. The hospital isn't off limits or anything. Anyone can enter whenever they want. But it's probably best if you go with a group of friends. These days, paranormal investigators are using the hospital to find evidence of the afterlife. Some claim they've captured photos and videos of spirits inside. Others say they've heard disembodied voices or felt a cold spot that seems to stick around. But most of the time, visitors just go to the hospital for a good scare. Of course, you won't know what you'll encounter when you visit. You may feel a sudden drop in temperature, or you may even see a ghost. One thing you can count on, though, is that the experience will be very memorable. Thanks for watching. What do you think? Have you ever visited a haunted location? Let me know in the comments below. And while you're there, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on future videos. See you next time. Bye. This is the real Conjuring House. It's located in Harrisville, Rhode Island, and there are spirits that may be haunting it to this very day, even though a priest has blessed it and an altar has been placed in every room to keep evil at bay. This home has had documented paranormal activity that inspired the movie The Conjuring, and today we're going to look into the haunting history of this allegedly haunted farmhouse. It was built by John and Susan Howland in 1736. They lived here for quite some time and then passed away, leaving their estate to their children. Then, in 1820, a Mr. Borden passed away and left his widow and 5 daughters to live in the home. One of the daughters died there, but the rest survived. They were all living in the home in 1896 when Susan, one of the daughters, found her sister Mary dead in the home. It said that she was kneeling like she was praying when she was discovered. There was no other explanation as to why or how she died, so it was ruled as an apparent suicide. Then, just 3 years later, in 1899, Bathsheba Sherman moved into the home. She had a son named Christopher that was born in 1853, and before moving into the Arnold estate, she had run a small farm. After moving into the farmhouse, she started running a daycare out of her home and taking in boarders. It didn't take long before the townspeople were calling her the Witch of Arnold Farm, and rumors began spreading about sacrifices being made in the basement and strange occult rituals happening within the walls of the home. Bathsheba was married to a man named George, but he had passed away prior to them moving into the farmhouse. According to the townspeople, she used the skulls of her dead cats in her rituals. But when they raided her house, they never found anything explicit. They did, however, find a lot of odd items such as blood-colored chalk, a pentagram, a strange book with writings in Latin, and also found her diary. In the diary, she wrote about casting spells on 2 of her neighbors, and while staying at a hotel in town, she made the clerk move rooms because she was having visions about the room she was staying in. When Bathsheba was asked about these things, she responded by saying, "I have done nothing wrong. I am an old woman and cannot do what you say I have." While Bathsheba was staying at the farmhouse, there were reports of animals dying inexplicably and illnesses plaguing the town. People believed that she was cursing them, and so she was taken to court. She appeared in court wearing black robes and a black veil over her face. As she walked into the courtroom, she turned and looked directly at the judge and said, "You can't do nothing with me. I've been in league with the devil too long. You had better let me go." She was released from jail the next day. She returned to the farmhouse where she continued to operate her daycare and take in boarders. A few months after her release, a fire broke out in the farmhouse. The locals claimed that she set the fire herself. However, she told the local paper that she had nothing to do with the blaze, and she blamed the local children who liked to play near her barn. The building was insured for $5,000, which was a large sum back then, and she collected the insurance money and fled. It was reported that she went to Louisiana and bought a small cottage and stayed there until her death in 1941. Now, many believe that she is the reason behind the tragedies that struck the town, and they blame her for the haunting of the farmhouse. Some say that she hid stolen items inside the house and cursed it so nobody could enjoy the items or even find them. Fast forward to 1971, when paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren visited the home. They were called in by the family that was living there because they couldn't deal with the paranormal activity. The Levitt family had moved into the farmhouse just a few months prior, and they were already experiencing strange activity. In only the first week of living in the home, strange scratching sounds were heard coming from the walls and floors. Then objects started flying through the air. They would hear footsteps above their heads, even though there were no other people in the home. One of the daughters of the family saw a girl in a nightgown walking down the hallway, and then she vanished. The Warrens believed that the spirit of the little girl who died mysteriously in the home was responsible for most of the paranormal activity, along with the spirit of Bathsheba Sherman. Lorraine Warren stated that the house had a tremendous amount of negative energy and that the presence felt heavy. Once, during an investigation, they experienced a shaking and rocking in the bedroom that they were in. Lorraine began to feel very ill and saw a tall, dark figure standing at the foot of the bed. And then, suddenly, her crucifix around her neck began to levitate. Ed Warren then decided to bless the house with holy water and place an altar in each room. He believed that Bathsheba was in the process of trying to summon a demon into the house, and since she died in the early 1900s, she would have knowledge of the occult practices of that time, and it was the Warrens' belief that she was trying to contact a demon through a portal. They explained that Bathsheba was not only a heretic, but a Satanist, and that she wanted to use the portal to bring forth the devil himself. The Warrens believed that if they could stop her, then everything else would stop. And they were able to calm the spirits of the home and end the haunting. But fast forward a few years later, and the new owners of the home call the Warrens back because the hauntings have begun again. The Warrens returned and performed an exorcism on the property. The Warrens then placed the artifacts that they had collected from the home in their museum in Connecticut. However, in 2010, it was announced that the house was being sold and the new owners wanted the items back. It's said that as soon as the new owners got the items back, the hauntings resumed again. In the home, it's said that paranormal investigators have attempted to communicate with the ghosts of the home, and they claim that the spirit of Bathsheba is very angry and does not want to leave. People have reported seeing full-body apparitions of women and children, and there are strange occurrences that happen throughout the home. And even now, the new owners have altars and holy water set up throughout the home in order to keep the spirits calmed. In 2013, the filmmakers of The Conjuring visited the farmhouse and recreated scenes from the movie inside of the actual home. And in 2015, a feature-length documentary called The Real Conjuring House was filmed inside the farmhouse. To this day, the home stands in Harrisville, Rhode Island, and it's said that paranormal investigators have tried everything to get the spirits to leave, but they still remain. Many say that Bathsheba's spirit is stuck between the physical world and the spirit world, and that she needs help moving on. But others say that she was evil and that she doesn't want to leave. So I'll ask you, do you believe that Bathsheba's spirit is haunting the home? And if so, do you think she needs help moving on, or is she better off left alone? Let us know your thoughts. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to see more videos, we've got plenty more on our channel. And if you want to support us, check out our Patreon. We've got some cool perks for our Patreon supporters. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.